Hello everyone, and this is a new video. Before you start, I will ask you to subscribe to the channel and like it and enjoy watching it. War is over. It's hard to believe, but it's finally over. There is no more Madara, no more Akatsuki, no more Zetsu army, and the whole world can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The victory came at a great price. More than half of the 70,000 shinobi fell. The villages were deserted. The military power of the states was severely undermined. That spirit of unity and cohesion, which the great war hero Naruto Uzumaki instilled in everyone's heart, still kept people from rash acts. But nothing lasts forever. A person always remains a person. There were also those who were again ready to destroy such a shaky world, pursuing their personal motives. Only half a year passed, and news reached the Hokage that the followers of the destroyed Akatsuki criminal group appeared, wishing to carry out the plan of the eternal Tsukiyami, but this time using a much more mysterious power than the combined might of 9 bijus. Ama no Hoko is a cyclopean tower of unknown metal, created so long ago that there was reason to believe that she was present in this world long before the appearance of Rakuto. The Sazuri scroll that activates her was stolen from Konoha's secret vault. The best A and BU fighters guarding him died. Under very strange circumstances, there were no injuries on their bodies, and not a single known poison was found in their blood. Tsunade decided to take action. Since this power cannot be used for good, it must be destroyed. Those guarding him died. Under very strange circumstances, there were no injuries on their bodies, and not a single known poison was found in their blood. Tsunade decided to take action. Since this power cannot be used for good, it must be destroyed. Those guarding him died. Under very strange circumstances, there were no injuries on their bodies, and not a single known poison was found in their blood. Tsunade decided to take action. Since this power cannot be used for good, it must be destroyed. One by one, shinobi entered the office wearing massive khaki steel helmets with black stripes, thick padding, and powerful long-range radio transmitters. Close cooperation with the Land of Iron made it possible to create a truly advanced equipment for shinobi and significantly reduce the loss of personnel. The fighters were dressed in tight suits with high boots. The clothing was the same color as the helmets, providing excellent camouflage for warriors in almost any terrain. The Hokage ordered to prepare for a long sortie, so everyone had a compact rubberized fabric satchel on their backs, filled with a week's supply of provisions and a double set of military equipment. Among the seemingly inconspicuous elite A and BU fighters, the well-known hero of the 4 Shinobi World War, Uzumaki Naruto, wormed his way. Seeing him, "Listen to me carefully. Your task is to find and destroy everything that is somehow connected with Ama no Hoko. All unmarked shinobi found in the vicinity are subject to total destruction. The approximate location of the target is square F14 on this map. The Oasis of Koru serves as a landmark. It is large. You will not miss it." "Yes, sir." All the fighters to the single nodded, clicked their heels, and left the office, immediately heading to the indicated place. "Grandma without me is like without hands. What an irony! Just when I wanted to go on paid leave, I was sent on a mission again." The Jinchuriki smirked sadly. "And you're glad to try, at least objected for decency, Rag." Kyubi barked and swiped a clawed paw at the sickly grate in front of his nose. "Don't touch the seal, it gives me a migraine," Naruto muttered, rubbing his head wearily. "I'm sick of this cage. I've been sour here for a month now," Kurama grumbled, looking with displeasure at the fur on his right paw that had rolled into a tangle. "Be patient, don't break," the Jinchuriki answered provocatively. "Oh well, then you too will be patient." Kyubi grinned angrily, lay on his back and, with the methodicality of a piling machine, began to kick the steel grating. "I'll catch up with you," Naruto muttered wearily, as he stopped in the middle of the road and walked towards the nearest tree. "Yes, sir." The shinobi looked at each other silently and continued on their way. Their leader leaned back against a tree trunk and entered the subconscious. "Are you moping again, Kurama?" The soldier walked fearlessly between the bars, and put his hand on the Kyuubi's second hind leg, which was not busy destroying the gilded lattice. The fox shuddered in surprise and squatted down, carefully looking at his Jinchuriki. "Today is the first time you've been here in a month. I'm bored," the Ninetails admitted honestly. "Well, I'm sorry, you know." Naruto started his favorite hurdy-gurdy for the 100th time. Yes, service. We have already gone through this." The Ninetails waved his paw. "Give me a week, then I'll definitely take a vacation, and then we'll go to the mountains. I'll let you out, and you will do whatever you want." "So be it. I will believe you. But look, if you deceive, I will beat this grape until your nose bleeds." The fox grinned sadistically and poked Naruto's helmet with his claw, who suddenly collapsed into the water and laughed. "Glad we found a compromise." The Uzumaki returned to reality and rushed after his squad. I had to borrow a bit of chakra from the fox and use Bija mode in order to catch up with the rest of the squad, but Kyuubi was not opposed. He was already looking forward to a well-deserved vacation. The journey to the designated square took 2 days. There was a lake with a large island, about a mile in diameter in the middle. Despite the Hokage's promise, there was nothing resembling an oasis to be seen. It's good that one shinobi from the squad possessed the Byakugan. Seshi searched the area. The Jinchuriki commanded. The fighter with the white stripe on his helmet took a step forward, opened the visor that protected against any Jinjutsu, and followed the instructions of the commander. "Byakugan!" After a few seconds, the man shuddered, peered into the distance, and raised his voice. "I see a target. A large settlement with powerful stone fortifications, protected by an A-class visual barrier. Now there are about 300 people there. There is a huge cloud of chakra under the stone dome. It resembles the Kyuubi's chakra. The mission will be more difficult than I thought." The Uzumaki drawled and adjusted his helmet. "Kurama, any ideas?" Naruto, as always in moments of confusion, turned to his wise companion. The dozing demon started up and thoughtfully tapped its claws on the floor. "My chakra can't be here. Sora's pseudo Jinchuriki lost it a few years ago. Maybe they caught one of my brothers?" the demon suggested. "No, they are all sealed, and the Jinchuriki belong to the 5 great nations. If one of them were kidnapped, we would inevitably be informed about this. Now is peacetime, and everyone is trying to maintain a balance of power." "Then I'm not your helper, I'm sorry." The demon lowered his head on his crossed paws and began to wait for the development of events, tensely waving his wet tails, ready at any second to pump so much energy into his carrier that he, with all his desire, could not go to that light. Naruto looked thoughtfully into the distance for a few more seconds, his charges already beginning to exchange excited glances when he finally gave the order. "We will conduct reconnaissance in force. Use the technique of mass destruction. Remember, no one should survive." "Yes, sir." The soldiers nodded to the commander and stepped aside. "Kurama, lend me your chakra," Naruto asked awkwardly at the end. Lend it to me. You never returned it to me," grumbled a Kitsune, but shared his strength. The Jinchuriki covered himself with golden chakra and held out his hands in front of him. An ultra-dense black ball of chakra began to form in the air. Ward's Uzumaki stood in a circle nearby and pumped a huge cloud of plasma created with the help of lightning, wind, and fire chakra. When the Bija bomb swelled to the size of a watermelon, and the cloud was unlikely to fit in Ichiraku, the Jinchuriki's chakrapaws placed the ball inside a yellowish formation resembling a miniature sun. With a pop, the plasma fell to the surface of the ball, and it lit up like a real star, making a deafening ring. The A and BU stood behind the commander and, having collected a significant part of their chakra in their palms, sharply pushed the bomb with their hands. Announcing the neighborhood with a bone-piercing ringing, the ball rushed at great speed to a disguised oasis, located 3 kilometers from the fighters. Naruto waved his hand, and the Doton-wielding Yarite slammed his palms on the ground, erecting a meter-thick semicircular stone wall in front of the A and BU. "The charge has detonated," the master of the Doton informed those present, feeling how his native element began to tremble under his feet. The oasis, together with 300 Nukanons, simply ceased to exist, turning into plasma from the hellish heat. The attack happened completely suddenly. No one even had time to realize what was happening, let alone take action. Visible space was flooded with an all-penetrating light. Even though it was only bouncing off the distant mountain range, the shady visors couldn't keep the fighters' eyes from having to close. A powerful tremor followed, throwing people up a good couple of meters. An ear-splitting rumble grew as the shock wave approached. "Yeah right, reinforce the wall," the captain ordered with concern in his voice. Usually such protection was enough with a margin, but this time everything went a little wrong. The A and B pressed their palms against the wall and saturated it with chakra. A terrible blow hit the barrier. The monolithic rock split and cracked. The trees behind the A and B were uprooted, and the pressure front was followed by rock fragments flying from the center of the explosion. One of them hit the wall, breaking through it and flying within half a meter of the Jinchuriki's nose. "Idiot! Lie down on the ground! You will kill yourself and me!" Kyubi snarled, slamming his claws against the metal bars as a warning. Uzumaki followed the advice of his bijou and sprawled on the ground. Wards followed suit, except for Yarite, who had to support the wall. After 5 seconds, the roar began to subside, and the pressure on the defense eased to a minimum. The man removed his hands from the wall and sighed in relief. It seems to be finished." A piercing roar drowned out Yarite's voice. The captain looked out from behind the wall and froze in amazement. The same thing was done by his wards. "What kind of creature is this?" Seshi snapped. In the middle of a crater, 100 meters deep and 500 meters in diameter, sat a jet-black, 10-headed monster. "Kurama, any ideas?" The Jinchuriki turned back to his fluffy encyclopedia. "Looks like this freak was hiding in the Ama no Hoko," the Ninetails said tensely, intently studying the opponent through the eyes of his bearer. "Repeat the volley," the Jinchuriki commanded nervously. The A and BU loaded the bomb again and sent it at the enemy. The roar was replaced by a piercing squeal. The wall almost collapsed, but protected the fighters. "It's useless." Naruto barked. The creature not only survived, but was approaching them at great speed. "Let me out! I'll eat her like a dango!" The Ninetails barked too cheerfully. "You are sure? You might get hurt?" Naruto asked worriedly. The last thing he wanted was for his best friend to be torn to pieces. "I'm Kyubi no Yoko. I'll cripple anyone you want." Convincing rather himself, answered the fox. "Well, it's up to you." Naruto shrugged. After all, Kurama will have more brains than him, and he knows exactly what he's doing. "Surround him and hit him at the base of his neck." "I will summon the Kyubi, and we will divert attention to ourselves." The captain addressed his wards. "Yes, sir." The A and BU scattered in different directions. Naruto remained where he was. The Jinchuriki took off his glove, folded the seals, pricked his finger, and slapped his palm on the ground. With a deafening pop, Kurama appeared in a cloud of white smoke. The fox carefully took the Jinchuriki in his palm and placed it between his ears. "Well, brother, let's show this rubbish what kind of dough we are made of." Naruto encouraged the Ninetails. Kyubi roared and rushed into melee. The Hydra tried to bite the enemy with all its 10 jaws, but the fluffy tails wrapped around their heads and prevented them from moving. Kurama dug his fangs into the chest of the monster and began to tear apart the strongest muscles of the disgusting creature. Flashes of useless fireballs from the rest of the A and BU flickered around the fox's muzzle, distracting the demon from the insanely difficult confrontation. "Calm down, your banderlogs. I don't see anything," howled the demon. Naruto immediately pressed the button on the intercom system and addressed his team. "Retreat and wait for me in Hacho no Sato. You are useless in this fight." The Jinchuriki barked into the transmitter. "Yes, sir." The out-of-breath soldiers answered in one voice and ran away from the battlefield. Kyubi was rapidly losing ground. The Hydra's necks were stronger than its tails. After a couple of minutes, the Hydra reached the kitsune. The razor-sharp fangs pierced the thick hide with no problem. cutting deep into the stone-hard bijou flesh. Kurama howled in pain, but that was only the beginning. Scarlet beams of energy escaped from the monster's throats, incinerating the fox alive. Kyubi opened his jaws and yelled as he felt his internal organs turn to ash. Kurama, no! Naruto reacted in a split second and called the demon back without thinking of himself at all. Damn! Was all the Jinchuriki managed to say before his body was hit by a crimson beam and disintegrated into atoms. In the next moment, a huge black carcass collapsed to the ground, dying from his wounds. The soldiers did not wait for their commander and returned to the battlefield. Seeing the corpse of the monster there and not getting through to Naruto on the radio, they made a logical conclusion and took off their helmets in a moment of silence, after which they went to the Hokage with a report on the completed mission. This world was saved at the cost of the lives of the greatest hero of all time, Uzumaki Naruto, and his no less great companion Kurama. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 1. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /Maxic Kyubi /Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /Minute Kyubi /Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. Act 1 Chapter 2 The wet fat man lay unconscious on the tiled floor in the bathroom. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Naruto was taking a shower and dropped his soap. Bending down behind him, the boy slipped. With a yell, flying out of the bathroom, Naruto firmly hit his head on the cold ceramics. Pain! Dull aching pain in the back of the head. Where from? I was sprayed into atoms. I think I feel cold. Cold of death, perhaps? But why only under the ass? I didn't think that Shinigami had such addictions. Thoughts rolled like heavy granite blocks in Naruto's mind, exhausted by interworld transfer. What the hell is this? An indignant squeak sounded in the Jinchuriki's head. It doesn't sound like angelic singing at all. The Jinchuriki opened his eyes and stared in bewilderment at the lone light bulb hanging from the whitewashed ceiling on a short wire. Somehow it doesn't look like paradise, he thought. What is happening to me? The panic-filled squeak in Naruto's head repeated itself, echoing with a dull ache in his brain, causing its owner to wince in pain. But Uzumaki did not recognize the voice, otherwise he would have immediately understood what was happening. The Jinchuriki raised his head and hissed in pain. When Naruto saw his body, he froze in shock. It did not at all resemble the muscular torso of a young ANBU captain. Fat, flabby, it was disgusting by its very appearance. The Jinchuriki looked down at his vast belly and cursed bitterly. Naruto, run to me! A demanding squeak sounded in the Jinchuriki's head. Who else are you? Asked the Uzumaki in bewilderment, who had no idea that the bone-chilling bass of the Ninetales could turn into the voice of a fairy from children's cartoons. Tsunade's left tit. Madara, get you. Kyubi, who else? The demon was outraged. Naruto moved into the subconscious without further questioning, once again throwing his buzzing head back to the floor. The encounter between the Jinchuriki and his bijou was unforgettable, the kind of delirium they had never seen in their worst nightmares. Kurama was the size of a kitten, only twice as fluffy. Jinchuriki, on the other hand, resembled Choji, completely naked Choji. Kyuubi whined hungrily. Control over the instincts that had played out cost him enormous efforts. The body, deprived of almost all chakra reserves, urgently needed food. What a tiny! Uzumaki drawled, fascinated, unable to resist the emotion that flooded over him. The Jinchuriki has always been partial to animals, and would have gotten a pet a long time ago, if not for the categorical disagreement of the Ninetales. Now the fox was the cutest creature in the world, which made Naruto want to touch it. The guy's voice brought Kurama out of his stupor. He only had time to open his mouth when Naruto grabbed him in his arms and began to squeeze. So fluffy, so soft. The Jinchuriki rubbed his face against the muzzle of the hovering Kyuubi, after which he realized what was happening and went into an uncontrollable rage. A brutal hunger took over the normally phlegmatic demon, lulling his mind and giving control of his body to his instincts. And instincts demanded only one thing: to eat. With a loud pop, the tiny bijou grew to the size of an ordinary fox, grabbed Naruto's shoulder with its fangs, and began to pull out a piece of meat from him. The Jinchuriki howled in pain, and with great difficulty unclenched the demon's jaws, which now clung to his fingers. The guy several times put the fox on the bar of the lattice, and with all his strength launched the kitsune into the wall. The demon rose to its feet, whimpering softly in pain all over its body. Running to the opposite corner of the cage, Naruto clasped the wound on his shoulder with his hand and glanced warily at his friend, who had gone off the rails. The picture before the eyes of the fox blurred. He had a concussion. When he focused his eyes and saw a bloody Jinchuriki dropping scarlet drops into the cold water, the entire inside of the demon clenched in horror. Kitsune rushed towards Naruto, but Naruto furrowed his brows and held out his injured limb in front of him, clearly intending to fight. "Naruto, I didn't do it on purpose. My instincts got the better of me. I swear by the Shinigami, I will heal you this very second, and this will never happen again." Kyuubi looked at the floor in confusion. The Jinchuriki gave the offending demon a wary look, but then lowered his fists. "Okay, I believe you, but be kind, keep yourself in your paws." Naruto grimaced in pain. Although he was used to enduring it, the feeling was still not pleasant. The fox slowly walked towards the guy, staggering from side to side, and fell on his side a few steps from the guy. The Jinchuriki cursed and ran up to him, but the demon stood up on trembling paws and looked at the Uzumaki with a marted muzzle. Naruto realized that he hit Kurama too hard, but what else could he do? Let the demon eat him? "I'm sorry," the Jinchuriki muttered without enthusiasm, feeling himself losing precious blood. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I swear this will never happen again," blurted out the fox. "It's okay. It doesn't matter now. Can you get even bigger, or is that all you can do?" the guy asked, measuring the demon's height between his palms. "That seems to be it. I feel like a helpless cub," the fox complained to his only comrade in misfortune. "Do you think I'm better? Just look at me, I'm a fat young hog." Naruto poked his stomach nervously. "Well, I can't say that it was so bad." The fox licked his lips and stared at the fat man with a hungry look, trying to somehow stir up the Jinchuriki. "Not funny," Naruto muttered. "And for me, so very even," the fox answered and laughed, poking the guy in the shoulder with a clawed paw. The Jinchuriki grinned mischievously and scratched the demon behind the ear, causing it to fall into the water and purr softly. "I didn't know that you have so much in common with simple animals," Naruto said, smiling wider and wider. But how could you not smile if the great and terrible bijou stuck out his tongue and screwed up his eyes in pleasure? The demon started up and jumped up on its paws, pushing the Jinchuriki's hand away and arrogantly puffing out, making the Uzumaki laugh even more, driving away all thoughts of despair from him. Well, laugh and that's enough. We have to find out what we are capable of at the moment. The Jinchuriki got to his feet and tried to charge his Rasengan, only to find that his chakra reserve was 10 times less than what was needed. Naruto went cold. His hands were trembling. He couldn't use his main fighting technique, on which almost all the others were based. I mean, he was completely helpless without her. Kurama, I can't even charge the Rasengan. Kyuubi crept closer, looked at the empty palm turned to the ceiling, without the slightest breath of chakra, and shook his head. And if... Uzumaki folded the seals, and a lone clone appeared in front of him, immediately falling into the water like a broken doll, and Naruto himself almost went after him from fatigue. Kyuubi whimpered and covered his eyes with his paw. Naruto's jaw trembled as he couldn't execute the technique that had been his calling card since childhood. The technique without which he could not imagine his life. At least this. The Jinchuriki folded his fingers and blew out a fireball the size of a tangerine that flew 3 meters and dissipated in a cloud of burning. Naruto dropped to his knees and put his head in his hands. The fat man's body shook with a slight shiver. He was an ordinary child, who did not even have the initial skills of a shinobi. All his former life was in vain. All his achievements were an empty sound in this world. Maybe it was just a dream, and he was never a hero of the 4 Shinobi World War. No, that's impossible, otherwise the Kyuubi wouldn't be aware. I'm useless. Why should Kurama suffer because of me? He deserved forgiveness a long time ago, and I deserved eternal rest in the chambers of the Shinigami. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Uzumaki thought grimly. Kurama, let me let you out. The Jinchuriki rose to his feet and walked towards the seal with a stone face. Hey, what are you thinking? The fox in one jump overcame the distance to the grate and blocked the path of the Jinchuriki. I'm a worthless piece of meat. You rightly attacked me. I am not worthy of the right to be called a shinobi. Naruto, are you sick or are you pretending? The fox was worried about what was happening. It was the first time he had seen his Jinchuriki in such a state. It was necessary to urgently cheer him up. Freedom is a tempting offer, but he's my friend. I can't let him die so stupid after all he's done, thought the fox, frowning sternly and preparing to defend the grate with his last breath. I'm a terminally obese ANBU captain who can't exhale a fireball. The Uzumaki spat angrily. And I'm an ordinary fox, which a simple peasant can lift on a pitchfork. What should I do now? Cut my own throat? Kurama himself was not in the best mood. He had never been so tiny. The power, scrupulously collected for more than 1 century, disappeared without a trace. Naruto sighed heavily and sat in the water. Kyuubi laid down in front of him and fluffed his tails behind his back. Thanks for your support, bro. I'm sorry I fell apart. The Jinchuriki put his hand on the fox's wet back and forced a smile. No problem. Just be kind. Do not mess with the seal. I might not be able to restrain myself next time. The demon sighed sadly, realizing that he would have to be locked up for a very long time. It won't happen again, Kurama. Thank you for your patience. After a couple more minutes of silence and playing peepers with the fox, Naruto broke down and smiled. Well, it was impossible not to laugh at the sight of those ears. Let's look for the positive in everything. We will have a chance to save our dead friends and strangle Akatsuki in the bud. The Jinchuriki said exaggeratedly cheerfully. Are you sure your friends and Akatsuki are even here? The demon growled, not sharing his friend's optimism. No. The guy scratched his head thoughtfully and looked at the demon, expecting that he would once again tell him what to do in a hopeless situation. The fox sighed heavily and shook his head. Naruto would not have become an ANBU captain without him. He spoiled him. I suggest not to use your favorite reconnaissance in battle for now, and find out all the information before chopping from the shoulder, the demon said, and laid his head on his crossed paws, looking longingly at the water, which covered the stone floor by only a centimeter, signaling a meager supply of his chakra Jinchuriki. Kurama, thank you. I don't know how to thank you. Naruto said, stroking the demon's back. The fox grinned and snorted defiantly. "Don't give up and don't forget about me. I don't need more from you." "I hear a knock on the door. I think you need to go." The demon looked at his friend worriedly. "Yes, sir." The emboldened Jinchuriki moved into reality, where the door cracked from the hail of blows that fell on it. The Jinchuriki glanced at the door suspiciously, not knowing how to respond to a stranger without drawing too much attention. "Nissan, open up. You're not alone in the house." A boyish yelp rang out. "Nissan? I have a brother. Maybe there are parents too," Uzumaki said with hope in his voice. "It's possible. Let's get dressed. Judging by the screams, you've been here for a long time." "Damn, there's blood all over here." The Jinchuriki stared in horror at the puddle of scarlet liquid that had soaked the foot towel and spread across the tiled floor. "I'm going now," Naruto yelled, grabbing a towel and wiping his marks, hastily washing away the blood in the bathroom. Kurama shyly whimpered. All the damage that Naruto received in the subconscious, his body received in reality, because all this bedlam is his paws. In a couple of minutes, the floor was clean but wet, and Naruto was breathing heavily from the physical exertion that was too much for his flabby body. "Nissan, I'm late." A squeaky, boyish voice rang out, and the knock on the door was repeated. Naruto quickly pulled on the black shorts hanging on a hook with a blue t-shirt and, after praying to all the gods, took hold of the gilded pin. The Jinchuriki opened the door and was promptly shoved aside by a disheveled boy of about 8 years old with crimson hair, glaring angrily at the fat man and pushing him out of the shower. A few seconds later, the rustle of water was heard outside the door, and the Jinchuriki, swaying from the received concussion and now and then bumping into the walls pasted over with green wallpaper with white camellias, went to explore the unfamiliar world. A blonde of the same age with 2 ponytails and the same sky blue eyes, as Naruto taxied towards him from behind a turn into a flight of stairs. Despite her youth, the girl was distinguished by very outstanding virtues, refined features, and, as it turned out, a terribly bad character. "Rump, your mother is looking for you everywhere. Blow into the kitchen." The sister barked and went further, pushing the chubby little brother aside. "Rump? I am the hero of the 4th World War. I defeated Jubi, killed Madara with my own hands, and after that some brat calls me a rump? Humble yourself. In this world you are just a child," the fox replied grimly. "Damn it!" Naruto, still reeling from the stress of his death, seethed with anger. "Whore!" the fat man barked, looking defiantly at the stranger. The girl froze with her leg raised and turned slowly, blushing with rage. "I'll rip your head off, you piece of fat!" Angrily baring her teeth, the girl rushed into hand-to-hand combat. Naruto got into a fighting stance and tried to use the old tricks, but only twisted his ankle and fell to the floor, howling all over the house in pain. Then the girl, offended in the best feelings, arrived in time and kicked her brother 3 times in the ribs, after which she sat on his chest and began methodically to turn his face into a bluish mess. Kurama was about to sneer, but realized that Naruto at that moment was almost crying in despair. The ANBU captain was on the verge of a breakdown. He couldn't handle a 13-year-old girl. "Nagai!" A resonant soprano sounded behind the girl, after which she was pulled by the scruff of the neck by a tall busted charmer of 16 years old, with long scarlet hair gathered in a ponytail, framing a chiseled face with delicate milky white skin, without a single flaw. His gaze was drawn to himself by bottomless eyes of a rare amber hue, at the moment full of righteous anger. Coral sponges were compressed into a narrow strip. The youngest was scheduled for dinner today for a long and painful showdown. "Momoka, let him go," he called names. Barked Nagai, breaking free from the tenacious grip of her elder sister. "Even so, even though I hardly believe it, is that a reason to turn him into a chop? Nagai, I'm starting to doubt your adequacy, because he hasn't hurt a fly in his entire life. After all, he is your brother, and you act like a drunken tsunade." The girl grimaced contemptuously, remembering her violent relative. You will have a serious conversation with your parents. Free. Momoka unclenched her fingers, and her sister stood on the floor. The mop is freckled, Nagai whispered quietly, for which she received a mighty crack and, flying over her brother, ran away in tears. The youngest, who had taken a shower, came out of the bathroom smiling contentedly and was thrown back by his enraged sister. Well, Kanjin also got under the distribution. Naruto, are you okay? The kunoichi looked worriedly at her brother, who literally devoured her with his eyes, but managed to look away. Naruto, she's your sister! The demon was indignant with a reproach in his voice, feeling the carnal attraction of his Jinchuriki. That doesn't make her ugly, the Jinchuriki replied, not at all embarrassed by his lustful thoughts. She has ugly hair is only on her head. There is no tail. Claws and fangs are small. The ears of chickens are laughable. The demon began to list the main, in his opinion, the girl's shortcomings. What do you understand about women? The Jinchuriki snorted derisively. The Kyuubi frowned in resentment and fell silent, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. The girl squatted down and shook her head. Well, why did you climb to her? She's mad, forgot. Now you have a concussion and a dislocation. The kunoichi carefully took her brother in her arms and carried her to the emergency room. Naruto fell silent in shock. His older sister really loved him. At least something good, he thought. Thank you, Momoka. The kunoichi raised an eyebrow in surprise, but then broke into a wide smile. Usually her brother did not speak at all. In many respects this was the merit of Nagai, who, despite all the punishments, continued to beat him. Nothing, bro. Be smarter, and don't get carried away. This is a very useful skill that you will need more than once. Smiling softly, Momoka looked into the distance. Along the way, the Jinchuriki turned his head 360 degrees. The village didn't look much different from its counterpart in the parallel universe, but the Uzumaki's gaze caught on a fully functioning Uchiha police station, several of whom filed past one after the other. Naruto felt the grim malice of the Ninetales. The demon hated the Uchiha with all his being. Are you still mad about that incident with Madara? Naruto asked. Those red-eyed brats. They can all control me, not only Madara, and I don't like it. The Kitsune growled darkly. You don't have to be an Uchiha for this. We can both be killed with a couple of kicks by a simple village man. Naruto sighed heavily, and the fox was overwhelmed with such despair that it was instantly transferred to his Jinchuriki. Don't panic ahead of time. As long as I'm alive, no one will touch you, and we will definitely find a way to become stronger. Naruto encouraged his partner, wincing in pain all over his body. Thank you, the demon said quietly, curling up and covering himself with fluffy tails. The hospital was quite imposing, clearly larger than the equivalent of Naruto's home world. On one wing was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, which attracted the attention of the Jinchuriki. I doubt my family was given a whole wing, the boy muttered thoughtfully. Look over there. The demon took control of Uzumaki's eyes, and the latter fell silent in shock as 15 people in white coats with scarlet hair marched down the street and entered the building. How many of them are there? Naruto exclaimed in amazement. Now, he certainly won't have to worry about the population of his own clan. Damn jailers, how I hate them. Only the fox, who had calmed down, growled angrily again. Calm down, Kurama. The Jinchuriki breathed out tiredly, tired of listening to the evil RRR. The fox fell silent and closed his eyes, imagining how good it would be to devour all these clan freaks and thereby clearly demonstrate to them what it means to be in a hopeless situation. Naruto, as the son of the Hokage, was placed in a single-bed luxury room. Momoka kissed him and wished him a speedy recovery, after which she left. The doctor appointed was a young man of average height, with a rare olive hue of hair and pale gray eyes. My name is Mamoru. I'm your attending physician. The doctor introduced himself and made a slight half-bow. Hello, my name is... Come on, everyone knows your name, Naruto. The doctor chuckled. You'll have to lie here for a couple of days before your ankle gets stronger. Here's a nurse call button for you. Just don't play around, otherwise our girls can punch you in the teeth. Good luck, get well soon. The doctor left the office and closed the door behind him. The Jinchuriki groped his bruised face in disbelief and gasped in pain. Poor fellow, the demon breathed sympathetically. We will survive this inconvenience. What do you think about the current situation? Uzumaki asked. What is there to think about after death? We were thrown into another world along with the seal. You are a local downtrodden quiet who can't handle a girl. The damned Uchihas and Uzumakis live here, which I hope to fix soon. You have a brother and 2 sisters, and your parents. Then the door flew off its hinges, and an angry Kushina appeared on the threshold in tight mesh knee-length shorts and a fitted green vest. The Jinchuriki ran up to her son and took his face in her hands. My bunny, are you okay? The worried woman asked. And Mom? Naruto hung up. He always dreamed of motherly love, and here it is in all its glory. The captain did not even know what to do in this situation. Kushina hugged her son and sat on the bed next to him. I promise Nagai will be punished with all severity. The woman frowned angrily. No, don't. It's my fault. I insulted her. Naruto hurried to cover his unlucky sister. He was ready to endure any bullying as long as there was always someone close by. The mother's face lit up. A long sentence coming from a normally shy son was an incredible rarity. That's no reason to send you to the hospital. She has already unbelted herself beyond measure. This time I will not let her down. The Kunoichi cracked her fingers meaningfully. The Jinchuriki smiled lightly, but his soul was jubilant at that moment. Even if his younger brother and sister hate him, the older one loves him. And there is nothing to say about the mother. If the local Naruto is the only child, that is a hog. Hugging Kushina, and after a few seconds of silence, Naruto pulled away and looked at his mother, who was still frowning. Tell me, how is your father? Uzumaki has always admired the yondaime. He imitated him throughout his life and dreamed of one day taking his place. He could only hope that in this world he would be able to accomplish his plan. Just like always sitting with his papers in a dusty residence, verbiage with the elders, and yelling at shinobi. His son is in the hospital, but he still did not deign to tear his crowned ass from the chair and visit you. Kushina slammed her fist into the wall, knocking chalk out of it and leaving a cracked stain. Naruto swallowed in fear. Nagai's character was inherited from his mother. Thank you for visiting me, but the doctor said that I need to sleep. The Jinchuriki needed to think about the situation, and in the presence of a raging mother, this was difficult to do. Of course, Sonny, get well soon. The final exam is coming soon. You can't play truant. Bloody Habanero kissed her son on the forehead and left the room, closing the door. You have a family you won't wish the enemy. The Ninetales expressed his opinion. At least none of them have tried to eat me yet, the Jinchuriki retorted. Kitsune fell silent in shame and was just about to apologize when the door crashed to the floor. A shocked doctor stood on the threshold with a tablet in his hands. Young man, explain yourself, the doctor barked. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 2. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxitqb/Naruto http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786 /minutqb/Naruto bestiality http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 Act 1 Chapter 3 Mom came to me. She kicked out the door. Naruto spread his hands and shook his head, showing with all his appearance that he did not approve of such behavior of the parent. Kushina-san. Okay, then it doesn't matter. The doctor shuddered and decided that the insurance would pay for the repairs, and it's better not to go to the Hokage's wife for such trifles, or you can end up in the patient's place. How do you feel? The doctor asked. Fine, the Jinchuriki replied, wanting to get rid of the presence of the annoying doctor as soon as possible, completely useless because he had the best healer imaginable, kurama. The Kyuubi, feeling the warm emotions of the Uzumaki directed at him, growled in pleasure. Do you have any wishes? The paramedic asked kindly. No thanks, Naruto replied dryly. Then I wish you a speedy recovery and hasten to take my leave. I have a lot to do. The doctor left the ward, put the door back in place, and went to the caretaker. Naruto, come here. I have some interesting thoughts, said the demon. The Jinchuriki snorted and closed his eyes, moving into the subconscious. Kyuubi beckoned him with his finger, closed his eyes, and turned from quite a large fox into a small nine-tailed animal. Naruto, remembering the Kyuubi's previous reaction to caresses, approached him and looked at the demon skeptically from all sides. Can you accept the intermediate state? For example, become the size of a cat? I can. Kurama grew to 20 centimeters at the withers. Uzumaki stroked his muzzle. The fox purred and tilted his head to the side, but then stepped back and pushed the guy's hand away. What is the mechanism of this transformation, and why couldn't you do it in that world? The captain turned on his brain, and with a serious look began to understand the new ability of his friend. Here the chakra is more plastic and mobile. My body consists of it, so I can compress it and shrink. And unclench and increase? Uzumaki inquired, confused by his friend's new appearance. No, the body loses stability, and I can die, disintegrating into chakra. Kurama again increased to the size of a fox, and then grew a few centimeters, but the contours of his body began to blur and exude a scarlet haze, after which the demon regained its stable form. That's it. Can you become even smaller? Naruto asked thoughtfully. I can, but there is a limit. If the density is too high, then I will explode like a bijou bomb. So when you grow up, your minimum size will also increase? The guy asked. That's right. Kyuubi shook his head and fell silent for a couple of moments, after which he looked up at Naruto and asked the question that tormented him. Do you think you have the strength to summon little me? I don't know. I have to try. And if so, are you ready to be my pet? Naruto rolled his eyes dreamily, imagining how he would cuddle the little fox every day. Pio-omsum? Kyuubi said, tilting his head back thoughtfully. Naruto, are you out of your mind? The kitsune growled angrily. And yet? I promise I'll take good care of you, a warm house, and free food included. Again tried his luck Uzumaki. I'll think about it, said the fox. Naruto smiled. He didn't say no, so he has a chance. You just need to call him. Then I will go to the real world and summon you, as I did in that world, Naruto asked. Yes, the demon replied dryly. The Jinchuriki teleported into reality, folded the seals, and bit his finger. The guy slapped the wall with his hand, and a fox, the size of a cat, fell out of it. Naruto caught the bijou and placed him on the bed. The demon snorted contemptuously and proudly threw back his muzzle, making it clear with his whole appearance that he did not intend to say, "Thank you." "You know, you even benefit from this move to a new world. No one will find you if you stay so small and clean up your chakra, but this is sad, sad to tears," Naruto muttered, poking himself in the belly. Kyuubi looked guiltily into the Uzumaki's eyes, but then grinned fervently. "Nonsense, you will eat less, and everything will return to normal. I'm more interested in how I can gobble up 100 or 2 shinobi so that they don't notice it." Uzumaki batted his eyes and poked his little finger in his ear. "I'm sorry, what?" the guy asked, hoping that he heard, and the cute fluffy fox was not going to become a cannibal. "Do you think I'll tolerate my helplessness?" the demon asked. "Are you completely pissed off? I don't participate in this. Moreover, I am against—" The Jinchuriki was indignant. "Yes, who asks you?" The demon barked fervently, waving its paw at its bearer. Naruto frowned menacingly and punched the Kyuubi in the stomach. Okay, you'll still agree," the demon hissed through tightly clenched jaws. It was clear from the Uzumaki's face that the act of cruelty to animals could be repeated, so the fox hurried to change the subject. "I am more concerned about one detail. Your mother is the Jinchuriki of the local version of me," the demon said. "So what?" The Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow in bewilderment, but lowered his fists. "He might not like my presence, and I can't even fight back against you, let alone Bijou," the kitsune muttered grimly. "I swear to Shinigami, I won't hurt you." The fat man poked the redhead in the forehead with 2 fingers. He wanted to laugh, but steel shone in the Uzumaki's eyes. With the same confidence, he said that he would become Hokage. With the same confidence, he went to Zyubi. With the same confidence, he gave his life for the sake of saving that world. "Thank you," Kyuubi replied quietly, and laid down on the Jinchuriki's belly, resting his head on his paws. "Well, then you need to make a training plan. Every day, getting up at 6 in the morning and running around Konoha for an hour. The same in the evening. I need to lose weight." The Jinchuriki began to plan a course of rehabilitation. So many calories wasted. Kyuubi whined, shaking his muzzle from side to side. "And you will be able to walk in the forest and hunt. What do you say to that?" Uzumaki asked slyly. "And will you let me go?" The fox narrowed his left eye in disbelief and stared at the plump face of his Jinchuriki with his right. "I trust you, and I know that you will not act outrageously and attack ours." Kyuubi groaned and buried his nose in the blanket. Now he definitely won't be able to deceive him, otherwise he will cease to respect himself. "It's not fair. You can't put pressure on trust," whined the kitsune. "What else? Threatening you is useless. You will grow up and devour me," Kurama grumbled offendedly. Naruto chuckled and scratched him behind the ear. The fox cub purred contentedly again. This went on for a couple of minutes until Uzumaki remembered the reason for his being in the hospital. "Kurama, heal my black eyes, please," the Jinchuriki asked. "Yes, no problem." The fox immediately crawled closer to Naruto's face and put its paws on it, glowing with the scarlet light of chakra. After a couple of minutes, the bruises were gone. The Kyuubi approached the Jinchuriki's ankle and healed it after a few minutes. "Arigato, Kurama," exclaimed the fat man, clutching the bijou in his arms. "Not at all, Naruto," the demon croaked. It was already dark outside the window. The Jinchuriki closed his eyes and sniffed softly. Kurama, having broken a bit, crawled under the covers and snuggled against Naruto's warm side. Waking up in the morning, Uzumaki was surprised to find a warm red-haired lump at his side and carefully crawled out of bed. After reaching the toilet that was in this room and doing his dirty work, Naruto thought it would be nice to have something to chew on as well. Hobbled to the refrigerator, his legs still hurting, the Jinchuriki found several nutritional bars there and, furtively looking at the fox, ate everything, throwing the package into the basket next to him. The Uzumaki climbed onto the bed and poked Kyuubi in the nose, who barked offendedly and opened his eyes. "If you do that again, I'll bite off your finger," the demon said, frowning menacingly. Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. The guy justified himself. The little fox stood up on all fours and imposingly stretched, yawning widely. Can you do something for me? Naruto asked. MMM? You expanded my Kirakuki in that world with your chakra. Can you repeat this trick here? Uzumaki asked with hope in his voice. Naruto, I've been doing this since you were born, hoping to kill you, constantly increasing the doses. As a result, the process has been gradual throughout your life, Kyuubi replied after a tense pause. Naruto's eyes bulged in disbelief, and Kurama, it turns out, had been trying to kill him all his life. The fox noticed the reaction of the boy and hurried to correct himself. After we became friends, I continued to infuse chakra, but with the goal of helping you. Fuji seemed to have fallen from the guy's soul. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. What's the problem now? Pour in as much as you like. I'll make sure that the seal does not interfere. You will die if the dose is too high. I can speed up the process several times if you really don't interfere, but your reserve will not reach its previous value very, very soon. The little fox replied, ruefully shaking his head. It doesn't matter. Apparently, there are from 2 months to 6 months left before the exam. Will you have time to make sure that I can summon at least a couple of clones? The guy asked. No problem, the kitsune replied. Arigato, buddy! The Jinchuriki exclaimed, grinning fervently. The fox smiled and held out a paw in front of him. Naruto gave him a high five and relaxed back on the bed. Suddenly, the door began to fall. The fox immediately darted under the covers and lay down at the side of the Jinchuriki. My chipmunk! A broken female voice rang out, and a woman of about 50 years of age ran into the ward, flaunting gray strands and scarlet hair and a wicker basket covered with a waffle towel. Wrinkles on her face were at a minimum, and in principle, she, like 2 drops of water, resembled an aged Kushina. The guest put the basket on the bed and climbed to kiss the Jinchuriki, but he pushed her away, saving the Kyuubi from turning into a pate. The little fox immediately understood what was happening and imperceptibly darted to the other half of the bed. Ma'am, who are you? The Jinchuriki was confused. You don't recognize your grandmother? Damn, Nagai. Well, I'll arrange for her. How can you beat your own brother like that? The woman, who turned out to be a strong kunoichi, kicked an innocent bedside table and broke through the door. The Uzumaki bulged his eyes in surprise. The fox under the covers softly scratched his leg with its claws. The smell of meat coming from the basket drove the demon crazy. Grandma, I'm sorry, I was a little out of my mind. The Jinchuriki didn't even know what to say to the guest. He imagined how to communicate with his parents, but what should he do with his grandmother? I brought you pies with meat as you like. The woman proudly placed the basket on the Jinchuriki's knees and looked at him expectantly. The fox almost sobbed in despair and began to chew on the mattress. Naruto, guessing what they wanted from him, took out a pie, bit off a piece, and chewed thoughtfully. After a couple of seconds, he mooed with pleasure and pounced on pastries. Grandmother was delighted. Since Naruto, as always, has a good appetite, then everything is in order with him. The Jinchuriki took the 5th pie in his hand, but overcame himself and put it back in the basket. The culprit of obesity was found, and this had to be fought. Judging by the fuss under the covers, he will have an excellent assistant in this difficult matter. Well, tell me, how are things at the academy? The woman asked. It's okay, BA. Uzumaki drawled, leaning back against the headboard. That bastard Kiba doesn't hurt you? Just tell me, and I'll put him in his place in no time. Naruto presented this picture, made an unfortunate face, imagining how the local Uzumaki must have disgraced himself more than once, and shook his head. The fox under the covers could hardly contain the laughter bursting out. No, everything is wonderful. Better tell me, how is grandfather? The Jinchuriki immediately mentally hit himself in the face with his palm. If the grandfather died, then his disguise would come to an end. Hanging around with that alcoholic old Jiraiya, as always. This time they went fishing. The boy grunted. He knew this. Fishing, where the size was considered a good catch, starting from the fourth. After chatting about this and that and bringing the fox to a white heat, the grandson and grandmother said goodbye. The woman put the door back in place and went off to scold Minato for the disgusting upbringing of his youngest daughter. Kurama immediately jumped out from under the blanket, grabbed the towel with his teeth and threw it aside. Don't you want to be bigger? I doubt you can eat anything in this form. Are you giving them to me? The fox, who grabbed the pie with his jaws, dazedly put it in its place. Yes, Naruto replied with a wide smile. Thank you. Tears spilled from Kyuubi's eyes, and he hugged his Jinchuriki. He was surprised to note the metamorphosis that had occurred with the fox. The fingers on his paws became much longer, and the paws themselves looked more like human hands. That is, the kitsune became what it was before. Kurama, so you can not only change the size, but also the shape of the body? Naruto asked the demon who was already heading towards the basket. Form? The fox asked in bewilderment, and then looked at his paw and froze in amazement. Everything happened involuntarily, without his knowledge. Looks like it, the fox mused, sitting on the blanket and staring intently at his own body, which had taken on a humanoid form. Excellent! It will be much easier for us to hide your origin, the Jinchuriki exclaimed. Kyuubi nodded, but then his eyes caught on the basket, which completely occupied his entire mind. Kurama swelled up to the size of a large dog, jumped down behind a bunk hiding him from the eyes of the visitors, put the basket on the floor, and gave vent to his brutal hunger, not even bothering to chew the delicacy, swallowing the pastries whole. Naruto stared dumbfounded at the quickly flickering paws of the Kyuubi, and the food disappearing into the bottomless throat of Bijou at the speed of light, and thoughtfully scratched his dome. Where does he just climb into it? After a couple of minutes, 50 pies rested in a fox belly swollen to the size of a soccer ball, and Kurama leaned back, blissfully closing his eyes and drooling from his open mouth, his tongue hanging to his side. Hey Kurama, are you okay? The Jinchuriki asked worriedly, for whom the painting looked like the fox had died from a stomach rupture. The Jinchuriki poked the fox in the stomach with his finger. The red paw lazily rose from the floor and folded okay, after which it collapsed again exhausted. Yes, it's all right, the Jinchuriki repeated with satisfaction and threw his hands behind his head, smiling slightly. Half of the obesity problem was solved. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 3. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /Maxit Kyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /Minute Kyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. Act 1 Chapter 4 Minato sat in his office and discussed with the elders, including Danzo and the old Hokage Hiruzen, the nascent conflict with Kumo. So Danzo, what do you suggest? Minato asked with the utmost politeness despite his burning desire to bash the old man's head in right now. The Jinchuriki must be transferred to the root. The old intriguer started up his favorite hurdy-gurdy again. Danzo, I will disband your organization if you mention it one more time. Kushina is not involved in the conflict, period. Minato snarled and slammed his fist on the table. Everyone present shuddered. The anger of the fourth was literally in the air. You cannot put the family above the village. You are the Hokage, Minato-sama, and you must understand this. The old intriguer stubbornly continued to stick to his line. Do you understand that by doing this you will incur not only my wrath, but also a fierce protest from the entire Uzumaki clan? If they collect enough signatures, then we will have every right to dissolve your organization and hand you over to the tribunal, the Hokage said darkly. Danzo frowned. He was threatened, and it was unpleasant because the threats were not groundless. Well, and then an angry mother-in-law burst into the office. Minato, why the hell is your son in the hospital, and you are sitting here ass? Not at all embarrassed by the four high-ranking visitors, the kunoichi from the doorway began to sneeze at her son-in-law. Yashimi, we have a meeting. Leave the room. Minato barked, narrowing his eyes angrily. I'll arrange such a meeting for you, the Uzumaki hissed, still ignoring those around her. Minato's face darkened as the usually phlegmatic and sensible Hokage seethed with rage. The small office instantly filled with heavy, oppressive ki. The ruler's blue eyes narrowed, pinning Yashimi, who had lost all her fighting spirit, to the ground in an instant. Get out, the Hokage said quietly. Yashimi pursed her lips, but complied and left the office. As soon as she disappeared behind the door, Minato immediately calmed down, and the elders breathed a sigh of relief. Although they believed that the fourth Hokage was still too young and hot, none of those present doubted his strength and ability to use it in time. Even Danzo, involuntarily imbued with respect for his ideological opponent, it was worth a lot to force this extravagant woman to obey. The rest of the meeting was held in a more peaceful manner, and after 40 minutes all organizational issues were resolved. As soon as the last high-ranking old man disappeared behind the door, an angry Yashimi immediately burst into the office. Minato sighed heavily and prepared to listen to another angry tirade addressed to him now he had no reason to. Minato, what the hell? Nagai beat Naruto. He has a dislocation and a concussion, and you didn't even tell her anything. The angry woman growled. I won't tell. Until this sloth understands that by eating your pies, he will not gain anything but fat for himself, and does not take up his mind, I will not interfere. Why the hell is he, instead of fighting back Kiba, like a normal healthy male, calling his grandmother for help? Minato responded with difficulty, containing the anger bubbling inside, as coldly as was possible in this situation. He doesn't want to hurt other people, and he told you about it more than once. The loving grandmother was indignant. Doesn't want to hurt? Wonderful. Only a pacifist heir was not enough for me to be happy. At his age, I had already completed 3 S-rank missions. Not a son, but a complete disappointment. The same Nagai, unlike him, has eggs. I hope that at least Kanjin will live up to my expectations. Otherwise the Namake's clan can be put an end to. Howled the Hokage and glared angrily at his no less enraged mother-in-law. Minato dropped his hands. You pushed him into the academy yourself, so take responsibility for him. Are you his father or what? Minato looked at the floor in confusion, and Yashimi, seeing a positive result, hurried to develop an unexpected success. The boy needs support. He needs to be believed in. If his own father has turned his back on him, if he is being spread rot even in the family, then what can we talk about? Talk to him, pay attention to him. After all, he is your son, Yashimi pleaded. The Hokage sighed heavily and covered his face with his hand. Okay, I'll talk to him when he's released from the hospital. Are you satisfied? Namake's muttered with a martyr look. Well, at least something already. Look, if you deceive, I will shake your soul out. Yashimi turned around and walked out of the office with a firm step, besieging the Hokage himself. Disappointed, Minato began to do the same thing he always did to parse the shinobi's mission reports. His son, meanwhile, brazenly sniffed in 2 holes, like his fellow sufferer. Kurama woke up from the fact that he was madly wanting to go to the toilet. The fox rolled over on its swollen belly, rose to its paws, and looked out the window. It overlooked a busy street, so it was impossible to use the bushes for their intended purpose. Reluctantly, Kyubi ran to the abode of the thinker. With difficulty, he climbed onto the toilet and almost hit it twice with his paw, trying his best not to splatter his fluffy tails. The Ninetales stared at the ceiling and did his dirty work. When the demon came out of the toilet, Naruto was greeted with a surprised look, awakened by the sound of falling water. Wow, what a smart fox! He goes to the potty. Naruto almost melted into a pink puddle of tenderness. And this fox also wrote the Jonin exam for you and commanded the A and BU squad for you for a year and a half. Show at least a modicum of respect. The demon called to the conscience of its bearer. The Jinchuriki shied away and looked at the floor in embarrassment. Thank you for everything, Kurama, he said softly. The fox smiled and jumped onto the bed next to him. Not at all, because we have one life for 2. Your problems are my problems. Your enemies are my enemies. The demon changed its form to an animal one and lay down next to its carrier. Is it me, or have you grown up? Naruto glared at the fox, noting that it had grown 15 centimeters longer when lying down. It doesn't seem that this snack did me good. The kitsune noted with satisfaction the chakra reserve, which had fully recovered after yesterday's treatment of his beloved and his carrier, and even slightly increased. Me too, because you saved me from obesity. The Jinchuriki and his demon looked at each other and laughed softly. This world was not so bad so far. They were both alive, well-fed, and with a roof over their heads. What we are going to do? Asked the demon, whose mood rapidly climbed. Nothing. Thanks to you, my bruises and my leg are gone. We are discharged today. Uzumaki cheerfully reported. Amazing! Shall we go then? The smell of phenol already hurts my nose. The demon complained. Let's go! Naruto got dressed and took the basket. Kurama saluted and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The Jinchuriki threw a towel into the basket, and just as he was about to leave, the doctor arrived, this time catching the door and pushing it against the wall. Mamoru-san, I'm better. I wanted to go home. Uzumaki immediately went on the offensive, not wanting to give him a single chance to keep him here even for a day. Right? Come on, jump on one leg. The Jinchuriki did what they asked without any problems. Kurama's chakra was better than any medicine. The bruises, as I see it, have already disappeared. Yeah, Uzumaki's regeneration is truly legendary. Well, then you can go. The doctor answered uncertainly, scratching his head. Arigato, Mamoru-san. Bowing, the fat man went home. Out on the street, Naruto immediately began to catch the mocking glances of passers-by. Look, it's Naruto Pucklekads. The Jinchuriki saw Kiba with a couple of buddies approaching him at a quick pace. Using what Jiraiya-sensei taught me, if you can't win, run. The Jinchuriki ran away. The guys rushed after him. The new body was notable for disgusting endurance, because after a few minutes the Jinchuriki felt tired and short of breath, and the pursuers were getting closer. The captain fixed his gaze on a sack of cement that was successfully lying on the roof, reflexively folded the seals, and moved to his place. Kiba and the team turned their heads from side to side in shock, without even thinking to look up. What the hell? The guy shrugged and walked away. Brilliant. You know, in everything that concerns improvisation, you have no equal. The fox praised his Jinchuriki, feeling his pride and gratitude. Thank you, I'm trying. The Jinchuriki replied, slightly embarrassed, who, despite all his positive qualities, suffered from a lack of attention syndrome since childhood, which Kyubi tried in every possible way to eradicate, but so far it turned out very badly. Naruto, pleased with himself, went home. The Hokage's mansion was not small, 3 stories high, with a well-kept garden and a wrought iron fence around a vast surrounding area. The Jinchuriki went inside and went to explore his dwelling. On the first floor, there was a noble kitchen, 30 squares, no less. The living room was amazing for its size. A fully functional fireplace, saturated with the chakra of fire from a small metal plate with a seal at the bottom, in front of which there were 2 armchairs, created a homely atmosphere of comfort in the room. Behind the carved oak door, a sauna was revealed. That's what I understand, the Hokage's house. There is even a sauna. Uzumaki commented with ill-concealed admiration in his voice. You should have seen my house. The fox snorted skeptically. All this pomposity did not make the slightest impression on him. Do you have it? Naruto asked. At least it was. In that world, in the dimension of foxes, I was a king and a god. I had my own palace. Kurama dreamily closed his eyes and sighed heavily. In this world, foxes had their own king, and he definitely won't take his place in the next 100 years shown unless the shinobi of Konoha do him a service and climb into his mouth with their hands up. You never told me about it. Naruto was indignant, who never hid anything from his best friend. And you never asked me, retorted the fox. Tell me, please. The Jinchuriki's voice was full of serious curiosity. Okay, but not now. After exchanging a couple more phrases, the otherworlders went upstairs. On the second floor, there are 10 bedrooms, among which were the children's rooms. The house was designed to receive many guests. The third floor, Naruto realized, was the private offices of Kushina, Minato, and Momoka. The rooms were locked, and the doorframes were covered with hieroglyphs that emitted an eerie light. It looks like a barrier, but this is a detector, and this is a personality determinant, and this is a bomb. Demonstrating his superficial knowledge of the art of seals, Uzumaki stared in amazement at the bold hieroglyph. This should have demolished the floor of the house when activated. Why the hell would you keep a cock bomb in your own house? The fox wondered. I think there are secret documents. He is the Hokage. Kurama snorted skeptically and scratched his ear with his paw. He could not believe that some pieces of paper could be more expensive for a person than his own female and cubs. Naruto. The Jinchuriki abruptly turned around and stood up in a fighting stance, but, seeing that it was only Nagai, lowered his hands, continuing to look at her with apprehension from under his brows. What do you want? The boy asked darkly. I wanted to apologize. I didn't want to beat you, honestly. It's just insults that drive me crazy, you know. The girl spread her hands guiltily, although it was clear from her eyes and nervously trembling lips that she came to apologize only because her mother, together with her grandmother, they so intelligibly explained to her the inadmissibility of such actions in relation to relatives that the girl's buttocks will remind of herself for at least another week every time she tries to land somewhere. So be it. Apology accepted. Anything else? The Jinchuriki asked. Not yet. With a sense of accomplishment, the sister went to her room to think over a plan of revenge on all her beloved relatives. Shrugging, Naruto went downstairs and easily found his room, because the white door was scribbled fat rest, Jirobas, fat ass, and a bunch of other derivatives of the word fat. After some thought, the Jinchuriki came to the conclusion that this was the work of his younger brother. Even the infinitely naive Naruto did not believe that Nagai, and even more so Momoka, were capable of such low and flat humor. Smiling slightly and shaking his head reproachfully, Naruto entered his room and froze on the threshold. H. Hysterical laughter echoed in his head. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 4. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto, and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789 Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069 /maxakyuubi/Naruto http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786 /minutkyuubi/Naruto bestiality http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760 Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 Act 1 Chapter 5 Yee! Naruto pointed at the white wallpaper with pink camellias. You? The Jinchuriki ran up to a riding wooden horse, the size of a good pony, and waved his arms around it. Why? The Uzumaki waved his hands at the plush panda in the corner. Yes, that's fucking bullshit. Naruto sat down on the fluffy beige rug in the center of the room and clutched his head. Are you sure you didn't mix up the room? Continued to giggle nervously, asked the fox. You think the guy will be called SSBBW? Although, what the hell is not joking, you need to check. The fat man, full of sincere hope, went to his sister's room. Knocking, he opened the door and was literally scalded with an indignant look. Did I let you in, plump? The girl sat on the bed and painted her toenails red. The Jinchuriki looked around her room and almost choked himself with indignation. The girl had a wide variety of cold and not very weapons hung on the walls. A training wooden mannequin for practicing blows stood in the corner. Otherwise, the situation was extremely ascetic, like a real soldier at home. Forgive me for the intrusion, Nagai. Uzumaki tried to correct the situation. Alright, what are you up to? The golden-haired fury asked more peacefully. The Jinchuriki's gaze caught on the scales in the corner. Oh right, I wanted to weigh myself. The fat man beamed. No, these are my scales. You will crush them. The student of the academy snapped, but when she saw the embarrassment on her brother's face, she burst out laughing. Alright, Hyundle, weigh yourself. Thank you. The Jinchuriki approached the device, took off the fluffy slippers that he put on at the entrance to the house, and stood on the scales. The guy's jaw dropped. The fox whined hungry again, imagining how well this carcass would take refuge in his stomach. 103.5. Yours? Don't swear. Outraged, the guy threw her sandal at the back of her brother's head, but he didn't even flinch. Sister, do you remember how tall I am? The Jinchuriki asked coldly. What? Are your brains overgrown with fat? You measured yourself at the academy a week ago. 1.65 meters. A suspicion began to creep into the girl's heart. Why does her brother talk so much? Why does he not know even elementary things about himself? Maybe it's an enemy shinobi in disguise? But then her entire family, especially her father, is in mortal danger. You need to wait a bit and follow him. Yet it's not worth waving your saber naked in such a matter. The Jinchuriki hung for a couple of moments at 16. He barely reached 60 meters, and weighed a miserable half a centner. That is why Kiba and his brethren seemed so small to him. Here the descendants of Kushina and Minato grew to become their father, and Naruto generally stood out from their background, surpassing his 1-year-old sister, who was far from being small for her age, by a head. Yeah, now I can argue with Choji-in. Authority. Look, don't burst from your authority. The fox chuckled softly, and continued to watch with interest what was happening through the eyes of his carrier. I'll try. Naruto chuckled and clenched his fist. It promised to be interesting. Well, why did you get up? Wade. Get lost, bastard. The future Kunoichi, whose living space was unceremoniously occupied by the notorious, but so strange plump was on her nerves. "Nagai, can I borrow your mannequin?" the Jinchuriki asked politely, ignoring the insult. "Do you miss your horse anymore, little one?" The girl was genuinely surprised by the Jinchuriki's request. Why would he be interested in military equipment? "There's nothing left before the exam. I wouldn't want to fail and embarrass my father," Naruto muttered, throwing his hands behind his head. "You just 3 days ago buzzed everyone's ears that you were going to open a cafe and become a cook after graduating from the academy?" Nagai slowly loomed culture shock. "I changed my mind. Now I want to be a shinobi." The Jinchuriki roared and poked at the girl, frozen with varnish in her hand and spreading her toes. "You are not my brother." The future kunoichi jumped to her feet and armed herself with a kunai snatched from under the pillow. "What did you do to him, Carrion?" Nagai was seriously alarmed. Naruto had dreamed of becoming a cook all his life and never changed. But here it was so abrupt, in one day. If something happened to her brother, then this bastard will not be in trouble. Nevertheless, Nagai loved him. Well, it was impossible not to love this meek and caring bumpkin, even though at times he brought her to white heat with his helplessness. "Nagai, it's me. Do you hear? It's me, your brother. Calm down." The Jinchuriki held out his palms in front of him and slowly backed towards the door, contemplating a retreat plan. "What is our sensei's name?" Throwing up and intercepting the kunai, the girl asked more comfortably. "Irika Umino," Naruto replied automatically. Nagai silently nodded while thinking up the next question. "What is your godfather's name?" the future kunoichi asked, slowly walking around the tense fat man. "Jiraiya," the Jinchuriki replied. "What's my boyfriend's name?" And here Naruto got so hit. Who could it be? Who? The Jinchuriki looked around frantically. Nagai took this as a gesture of denial and lowered her weapon. "That's right. I don't have a boyfriend." The girl smiled and hung the kunai on a carnation. The little brother passed the test. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was not ready to be exposed. For sure, he would be given to the mentalists, and kurama would be pulled out and experimented on. "Thank you for not forgetting," the fox grumbled, chewing on the claws on both front paws in excitement during the conversation. "Well, commendable wish, plump one. Dad is already going crazy because of you, and your room is really driving him into depression." Nagai snorted derisively, remembering her father's wailing, while pasting new wallpaper with pink flowers in the room of the heir of the Namikaze clan. "So it's time to remake it." Confidently cracking his fist on his palm, the Jinchuriki barked. "No, I definitely hit you too hard, although the changes clearly benefited you. Do you want to repeat it?" The girl grinned wickedly and cracked her fingers. "I don't fight with girls, and even more so with sisters," said, as he cut off Jinchuriki. "No, it doesn't seem strong enough. Rump, you understand. In addition to shinobi, there are also kunoichi. Are you going to let the first bitch you meet beat you up? We'll figure it out on the spot." Uzumaki scoffed. "Okay, take the mannequin. I don't care about it anymore. It breaks the infection." The guy thoughtfully examined her fist and saturated it with chakra. "No, well, if you peck with chakra, then even a cast iron cauldron won't suit you. Grandma Tsunade beats mountains with her fists," the Jinchuriki muttered, pulling the mannequin out of his sister's room. "Heh, you keep bringing surprises, donut?" "Yes, I use chakra, but I need to train exactly, and this god didn't reward me with strength." Nagai only blinked her eyes in surprise when she heard her brother's speech, which was clearly based on a rather deep knowledge of military affairs. "Well, whatever you want." Naruto slammed the door and, satisfied with his purchase, locked himself in his pink abode. "Nightmare, this place is making me depressed too," the Jinchuriki muttered irritably. "I can only sympathize, but I won't repaste the wallpaper for you. Don't even ask." The demon immediately dotted the eye. Naruto smiled broadly, getting ready to start training in a desperate attempt to regain his former strength. But then, he was struck by the thought that Kurama was also training. in his own way, eating such inadequate amounts of organic matter that the Jinchuriki was amazed at how his stomach did not burst. Kurama sensed that Naruto was thinking of him and prepared to answer the question that had not yet been asked as he settled into a comfortable position. And yet, did you really accumulate all your strength on your own, and did not receive it from birth? The Jinchuriki asked. Well, yes, it turns out that it is. Shinju's strength was really just a starting capital, multiplied many times by foxes in battles, with thousands of strong shinobi, ending in eating the latter. Worthy of respect, really? I don't like your methods. Well, it's time for me to do self-development. The Jinchuriki set the mannequin in place and, after warming up, began to inflict very noticeable blows on rough wood, dodging wooden decks using skills from your past life. After an hour of torment, the guy's hands were covered with bruises, but Naruto himself was indecently pleased. Although the body was not accustomed to more or less serious stress, the Jinchuriki's brains belonged to the A and B captain because he knew the fighting skills, they just needed reworking. Fat is good, but meat is even better, the Jinchuriki pointedly uttered, hooked his feet on the bed, and began to train his abs. I support. Kurama was glad to see that his Jinchuriki, as always, did not give up and stubbornly tried to catch up. The only pity is that it will be much more difficult for him to do it himself. It will take tens of tons of organics, or hundreds of jonins. This was followed by push-ups, squats, and a whole pack of various physical training. At the end of the workout, the plump one could twist his t-shirt. He seemed to have lost a ton of weight already. Like in the good old days. And now we should do the interior. The Jinchuriki took the horse and already opened the window, but then looked into the painted eyes full of puppy devotion and sighed heavily. The toy can serve someone else. For example, his younger brother. At that moment, my father knocked on the door. The Jinchuriki set the horse down and let the hokage in. Hi, Dad. Surprised by his father's visit, Naruto quickly came to his senses and greeted the precious guest. He had dreamed of saying these words for so long, but it turned out to be extremely casual. Hello, Minato replied with a slight apathy in his voice and lazily looked around the chubby man's room, noticing the guy's mannequin with surprise. Son, are you tired of living? Why did you take your sister's mannequin? This is not a toy. You better play with your pony. Yoname spat through his teeth, scorching the innocent horse with his eyes. The Jinchuriki flinched and looked away, the contempt in his own father's eyes hurting more than Ibiki's most elaborate torture. She herself gave it to me. I'm training. The boy blurted out. I have to make sure of this. The head of the family took the mannequin under his armpit and his son by the ear, and went to the room of his youngest daughter. Father doesn't favor you, the demon commented sympathetically. I wouldn't complain either. I'm a local disappointment, Naruto replied bitterly. The fox preferred not to develop such a painful topic for the Jinchuriki and covered his muzzle with his tails, pressing his ears to the top of his head. Daughter, did you really give your brother the mannequin? Minato asked the girl, who was diligently studying history, lounging on the bed with her legs crossed. And hello to you, Dad. Thanks for keeping up appearances and knocking at the entrance. Minato hesitated and shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. He respected his daughter and allowed her to set her own rules in her room. Nagai noticed the Hokage's mute apology and nodded in satisfaction as she continued the conversation. Yes, he decided to take up his mind. Not even 1,000 years have passed. The Kunoichi muttered listlessly. It's hard to believe. Minato gave his son a lazy look and returned the mannequin to him. If the conflict between you is over, I'd rather leave. Minato walked out the door, leaving Naruto and the guy to play staring. Is he always this kind? Asked the fat man, with slight resentment in his voice, rubbing his reddened ear. Naturally, with such an air, it's no wonder to hang yourself. The future Kunoichi replied with a slight mockery in her voice. Obviously, we'll fix it. The Jinchuriki muttered and walked out the door. Look, don't crush the corrector, Rump. The girl called after him and giggled disgustingly. Angrily sniffling, Uzumaki threw the mannequin into a corner and again thought about how to get rid of excess rubbish. Naruto, you have a younger brother, if you haven't forgotten. The demon, silent until now, gave a voice. Exactly. Thank you, buddy. Naruto, taking the panda under his arm and pony in his hand, knocked on his younger brother's door. After a few seconds, a disheveled, sleepy face peeked out from there. Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. What do you want, fat man? The smile slipped from the Jinchuriki's face. Even his younger brother did not put him in anything. Kenjin, do you need any new toys? The Jinchuriki asked without enthusiasm in his voice. You give them to me? The boy stared in fascination at the burden in his brother's hands. Yeah, take it, Naruto muttered. The kid immediately grabbed the panda and the horse and dragged them to him, after which, beaming with happiness, he returned to his brother. Thank you, Ino-san. I always dreamed about it, the boy exclaimed with a wide smile of joy. No problem, brother. If you need anything else, contact me. Consumed by thoughts of a difficult relationship with his father, the Jinchuriki went to the shower, after which he went to bed, completely forgetting that tomorrow he would have his first trip to the academy in the last 6 years. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 5. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxatkyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. Act 1 Chapter 6 Naruto jumped up on the bed as if stung and armed himself with a pillow. The noise was such as if a rabid gorilla was breaking through the door. Naruto, get up! You'll be late for the academy. Kushina kicked the flimsy wooden barrier a few more times and walked towards Nagai. The daughter had already had enough of her mother's sound therapy, because the door swung open exactly at the moment when the kunoichi wanted to bring down her steel fist on her. The daughter flew back a few steps. The mother screamed and rushed to her. Mom, I'm not deaf. Neither is Naruto. There's no point in yelling all over Konoha and breaking down doors every morning. Hissing angrily, Nagai pushed her away. Daughter, I'm sorry. Kushina looked anxiously at her daughter's head, but thick golden hair softened the blow, and the incident did not cause serious bruising. Nonsense. The main thing is that it's not in the face. Okay, I have to go. The girl got to her feet and trudged into the shower, rubbing the bruised top of her head. The red-haired woman shook her head ruefully and vowed to herself to be more restrained in the future. Kanjin prudently locked himself in the toilet, leaving the overly caring mother with nothing. Kushina shrugged as she saw the open door to his room and went to prepare breakfast. Naruto, leave the pillow alone and pack your satchel. You will have to go to the academy again. The fox reminded his Jinchuriki, knowing that if you let him go, he, like the Ninetales himself, would oversleep everything in the world. Don't remind me. All these lectures, tests, and tons, kilotons, megatons of mathematics. Hey Tanizu! Howl the Jinchuriki. Okay, let's run away from the village. You will rob and kill, and I will eat. The tiny kitsune licked its lips carnivorously. Letting out a heavy sigh, the Jinchuriki looked skeptically at the pile of waste paper on the table and scooped it up into a briefcase the color of an exploded fruit and vegetable base. Nagai stepped out of the shower, the Jinchuriki sidling past her and occupying the bathroom. Ni-san and I-san, breakfast is ready, hurry up, squealed the boy at the door. Naruto, bitterly turning over his flabby bodies, got dressed, flew out of the shower and headed to the dining room. Kanjin and Nagai were already finishing up. Minato was reading the newspaper, occasionally drinking coffee. Gods, is this really family? How much Naruto was ready to give for such a breakfast, instead of being fed up with custard ramen in splendid isolation. How he missed the comfort of home all his life. For as long as he can remember, Naruto has always been alone. Only the last year was brightened up by friendship with Kurama. Now Uzumaki had a chance to learn all aspects of family life, which he intended to take full advantage of. Smiling rather, the fat man sat down at the table. Mom immediately placed a plate of scrambled eggs and a glass of orange juice in front of Naruto, preparing a supplement for the most voracious member of the family in advance. The Jinchuriki sniffed the air and pounced on the food, but choked when he saw his father's icy gaze. Naruto, why didn't you help me today? Kushina asked as Minato lost all interest in the angry tirade. I've been sitting in my soul. It won't happen again, I promise. The red-haired woman raised an eyebrow skeptically, but did not unravel the matter. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief the conspiracy was saved. After chewing the omelet with pleasure, hugging and kissing his mother tightly, the Jinchuriki started to climb to his father, but got a cuff on the back of the head and, blazing with indignation, went for a backpack. Kurama, I'll crawl into your belly myself if this snob doesn't recognize me in a month, the Jinchuriki promised with quiet malice in his voice. I didn't pull your tongue, Kurama replied phlegmatically, picking at the concrete floor with his finger. He would rather bite off his own paw than hurt Naruto. Taking his unpleasant burden, Uzumaki went to the academy in splendid isolation. Nagai and Kanjin had long since left the house. Naruto was again struck by the similarities, and at the same time many differences between Konoha of this world and his home world. Ichiraku was in place, which was good, but the number of red-haired and black-haired representatives of the great clans just rolled over. And each of them pulls the blanket over himself. How else did the Civil War not break out? Asked the former ANBU. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I want them all to just die. Any mention of Uzumaki or Uchiha immediately pissed off the demon. Naruto ignored the fox's answer and sped up. Time was running out, and the way to the academy was not close. Luckily for the Uzumaki, he arrived on time, surprising his classmates. Kiba, who wanted to publicly lower his son Hokage, was upset by such an inopportune call. Infinitely familiar and dear to Naruto's heart, Irika-sensei entered the classroom in his age-old Chunin vest. The smiling uncle arranged sound therapy for the humming students, after which all their ardor faded away, like a bonfire scribbled by a group of pioneers. Well, my banderlogs, your training within the walls of the academy is coming to an end, Irika began too cheerfully, which made even the most unintelligent people understand that he was glad to finally get rid of a pack of untrained blockheads. Well, finally, Kiba drawled languidly, leaning back in his chair and staring at the ceiling with boredom. Shut up. Chunin threw the crayon right in the nose of the insolent student, who twitched and almost knocked the exasperated Akamaru off his head. The puppy yelped offendedly and dug its claws into the supple skin. The Inuzuka hissed but waited for the dog to calm down. So, you are at the finish line. There are 3 months left. Everyone who has tails needs to tighten them urgently. This is especially true for you, Naruto. Sensei pointed a finger at the fat man, who was unsuccessfully trying to appear inconspicuous. The class laughed in unison. The son of the Hokage had more tails than the Kyuubi no Yoko. After finishing the parting words, Iruka began the lesson. Naruto listened with half an ear as he studied his class composition in surprise. In addition to Sasuke, there were two other little Uchiha. There were two Hyuga representatives, unlike the previous world, Hinata, painfully familiar to Naruto, and another white-eyed one. In addition to the Hokage family, there was another Uzumaki present. I wonder what kind of military potential Konoha has here. Again turned to the all-knowing demon Jinchuriki. They would calmly take over our entire world if they had the opportunity. The fox replied grimly. Wow. Naruto just shook his head in shock. The lecture dragged on for an excruciatingly long time, but talking about nothing with the Ninetales brightened up the hour and a half wait. Next on the agenda was a practical outdoor exercise. After half an hour warming up, Iruka decided to spar. The first was Nagai. She got Sasuke as her rival. The Uchiha grimaced contemptuously. He considered it below his dignity to fight with a girl. Kunoichi quickly knocked the crap out of him, however. To no one's surprise, Nagai was the best student in the whole stream. The brunette stood up in a fighting stance and beckoned the girl with his hand. Nagai made a lightning lunge forward, pumping an abyss of chakra into her fist. A powerful blow was directed at the Uchiha's jaw, but he dodged, grabbed the Hokage's daughter's hand by the wrist, rested his other hand on her armpit, and threw the girl over him. The kunoichi tumbled in the air, but landed on her feet. Sasuke rushed to the attack and tried to kick the girl on the move, but she grabbed his leg under the armpit and slammed him in the face 3 times, after which the brunette collapsed to the ground in disgrace. Namake's Nagai won, Iruka chanted. The girl bowed pathetically to the friendly howls of the female and enthusiastic cries of the male half of the team. Viciously shaking his head from side to side, the Uchiha returned to his seat in disgrace. Naruto marveled at his sister's skill. Nagai, it was incomparable. I am proud that I have such a sister. The Jinchuriki explained admiringly. He was really surprised, because in his world only jonins and the best chunins fought so skillfully. The girl chuckled. Naruto had never praised her before. I'm sorry I can't say the same about you, the girl snorted derisively. You'll see, I'll surprise you, Uzumaki said mysteriously. We'll see, his sister replied skeptically. Naruto Namake's versus Kiba and Izuka, Iruka declared. Well, be surprised. Nagai gave her brother an incendiary cuff on the back of the head. He went forward with a hiss, to the unanimous laughter of classmates. No one expected anything supernatural from the son of the Hokage. Ha! Puffy, come here. I'll make a chop out of you. The dog owner got into a fighting stance and beckoned the opponent with his hand. The children did not even doubt his victory, the main bully of Konoha, keeping all his peers at bay against a harmless, quiet pacifist. The latter had no chance. Use your mass, it gives you a great advantage, the demon advised. Yes, sir. Namake's figured that he weighs twice as much, so there could be no question of any superiority in speed. Need to go ahead. To Kiba's surprise, Naruto, usually always squealing like a cut pig at the sight of danger, moved towards him, covering his head with his hands. The Inuzuka growled and began to thrash the unprotected torso of the Jinchuriki. Is that a blow to you? Without waiting for an answer, Naruto jabbed his elbow into the raging Inuzuki's forehead. The guy collapsed on his ass and blinked his eyes in amazement, clutching his buzzing head. That's a hit, the Jinchuriki explained fervently. Kitsune supported him by sending an emotion of pride and approval. 5, 4. Iruka started counting down. The enraged dog lover immediately jumped to his feet. You pissed me off, Fat Trust. You're screwed. Kiba took chakra into his hands and delivered several very tangible blows to the Jinchuriki's ribs, which only grunted and grabbed him in an armful, slamming the boy with his whole body on the cold ground. Oh! Howled no worse than his dog Inuzuka. Iruka-sensei, should I continue? Uzumaki asked the shocked sensei. No, you won. Stand. Kiba barked as he struggled to his feet. We're not done yet. Inuzuka attacked for the third time. Naruto decided not to use his old skills so as not to arouse suspicion, so he simply rushed towards his opponent. Kiba clearly did not expect such pressure, because he was knocked down by a huge carcass, turned over on his stomach with a powerful kick and caught in a pain grip. Naruto pressed down on his back with his knee and pulled his hand towards him. Triple A. It hurt so. Let go. Howled the beaten dog walker. Iruka-sensei, is it all over now? Naruto asked with boredom in his voice. It's been a long time. You won, let him go. With a slight nervousness in his voice, the Chunin answered he didn't need injuries of students in training. Yes, sir. The fat man got down from the defeated opponent and looked around the class. The guys were silent, their mouths open in surprise. The worst student of the academy butchered the main bully, like a god a turtle. It's not over yet. Kiba hissed furiously. Suffer in silence, you little bastard. Naruto repaid the offender with the same coin. Inuzuka yelled and again rushed at the offender with his fists. But the Jinchuriki pushed him in the forehead with all his weight, and the violent flew away to Iruka, who put his hand on his shoulder and squeezed so that the bully almost sobbed from pain. Calm down, Kiba. You lost. Accept it with dignity and go train so that this does not happen again. Inuzuka shoved the teacher aside and stomped to Akamaru, put him on his head, and began to animatedly discuss with his friends the plan of revenge on the overgrown boar. With all his appearance radiating waves of pathos, the son of the Hokage marched into the crowd of his friends. Kurama, this is amazing. I feel like a monster. Naruto, who was always smaller and lighter than his opponents, recalled his new combat experience. If you have a bite, not a monster, the same Nagai will break all your ribs. And this is just a minor idiot who can't even really pump chakra into his hands. The Ninetales grumbled gloomily. Don't ruin my triumph. The Jinchuriki replied, NBU captain and WW4 hero beat a kid. Yes, this is a real triumph, eclipsing the murder of Madara and Amino-Hoku. The fox replied with a mockery in his voice. Naruto shied away, not finding arguments, which ended almost every argument with the Ninetales, but he did not have to blush for a long time. The guy, who imperceptibly crept up, slapped her brother on the shoulder. He barely missed half a pound in his pants and shuddered all over in surprise. Naruto, today is the first time I can say that I'm proud of my brother. The sister shook hands with her brother and stepped aside. You see, she's not so ugly, the demon noted. But still, I won't piss her off in vain. Cuffs can weigh out worse than Sakura. Speaking of Sakura, the Jinchuriki looked around for the pink-haired monster and found it in the same place as always, in the vicinity of Uchiha Sasuke. The Kunoichi tried to calm the cursing Nagai on what light is the heir of the great clan. Something doesn't change in all the worlds, the fox pointedly drawled. The rest of the fights were not so interesting. The children did not want to harm their friends and fought at half strength. Many rivals, after getting hit a couple of times, simply gave up. The battered students filed homeward, the path to the Jinchuriki's dwelling full of surprises. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 6. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069 /maxickyuubi/Naruto http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786 /minutkyuubi/Naruto bestiality http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it, smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 Act 1 Chapter 7 Naruto wanted to take a walk around Konoha to finally figure out how everything works here. Unfortunately, kids were not allowed to leave the academy without adult accompaniment, so at least someone had to linger to pick up their younger brother. "Nagai, will you take Kanjin home?" the Jinchuriki asked without any hope of success. "Where are you going, fat one?" asked Nagai in surprise. The girl is used to the fact that her brother always goes home for dinner at the end of classes. "Yes, I want to work out with therapeutic walking in the fresh air to accustom my heart to stress. Then I wanted to run for an hour or two." Naruto was taken aback by his sister. "Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't even think about it." "Well, if that's the case, then go ahead." The girl was seriously surprised by her brother's behavior, but she didn't object, so she simply went after the crimson-haired backbiter. If Naruto has already taken up his mind, then it is a sin to somehow hinder him in new endeavors. The Jinchuriki threw his hands behind his head and slowly wandered along the main street, actively looking around. As an ANBU captain, he couldn't help but notice the three teenagers following him at the edge of sight. Through some simple thinking, Naruto realized that it could only be Kiba. "Looks like they're waiting for you to enter a dark alley," the fox suggested. "Well, I won't disappoint them, just..." The Jinchuriki froze in front of the cellar of ice cream and cold drinks, hiding from the scorching heat under a spreading umbrella. His eyes were drawn to the cherished green jar with Naruto's favorite energy drink, which often replaced his sleep in a past life. No, don't even think about it. I will no longer treat your gastritis," the demon protested. "Come on, one can never hurt anyone." Naruto patted his pockets and found a handful of change. "How much?" asked the son of the Hokage. 5D. The salesman drawled lazily, not deigning even to tear himself away from reading a fascinating newspaper. "Here." Uzumaki handed the guy 5 shiny rounds and took the cherished jar covered with frost. The Jinchuriki spotted a suspicious alley 100 meters away and headed towards it. Opening the jar and startled by the beautiful hissing sound, Naruto began pouring the toxic-looking, acid-green goo into himself. "How can you drink this rubbish? You are voluntarily poisoning yourself." The fox was outraged. "I'm counting on your healing abilities," the Uzumaki replied with a perky grin. The demon sighed heavily, and then waved its paw at the irresponsible Jinchuriki. "Still, you can't convince him." Naruto went into the alleyway and set the half-empty jar on the floor. The Jinchuriki cracked his fingers and prepared for a scuffle. Kiba and Ko didn't take long to wait. "Well, Fat Trust, didn't I say it wasn't over yet?" Kiba grinned bloodthirsty. "You're so weak and pathetic that you brought along a couple more partners, and, like real faggots, you are going to beat me in threes?" Naruto answered without a shadow of fear. "You need to speak with the cattle in their own language." Kiba began to gasp for air. The victim was not frightened in the slightest, and in fact, he even gave the leader when the three of them trampled against him. Not only was he not afraid, but he insulted them. What was doubly insulting, Naruto is really stronger than him, and even if the three of them beat him, the fact remains. "What are you doing, Donut? Got a lot of extra teeth? Or do you think that your dad will save you from anything?" Naruto grimaced in disgust. In that world, he had repeatedly encountered gangs of such scumbags in childhood. a burning hatred for which has not faded to this day. "Shut up and get down to business." The Jinchuriki got into a fighting stance and beckoned the enemy with his hand. The enraged guys immediately moved towards him. "I can't leave here en masse alone. I'll use what they taught me in the ANBU," thought the Uzumaki. "It is high time." The Ninetales supported his idea. The first attacker was a tall squishy who tried to grab the fat man by the left hand. Naruto crouched down slightly, rested his shoulder against the opponent's pelvis, and straightened up sharply. The opponent flew over the fat man and collapsed on his back from a height of 3 meters. Kiba, being the strongest among the attackers, decided that he needed to be the center of attention. The Inuzuka tried to slap the fat man on the head with a turntable, but he made a block with both hands and only swayed, while the dogman howled from a sharp pain in his knee. The defeated squishy got to his feet and pounced on the fat man from behind, grabbing his arms. The third attacker stepped in front of the Jinchuriki and started punching him in the solar plexus. "Come on, you disappoint me. You can't butcher some milksops." The demon was indignant. Trembling with excitement, he was ready to tear these bastards to pieces right now, but then you can forget about disguise. Naruto growled viciously and crouched down sharply, leaning forward, throwing the squishy over him and bringing it down on the head of the second attacker. Hissing in pain, Kiba got to his feet and, limping on the limb with which he had the imprudence to hit the fat man, rushed into hand-to-hand combat. "Naruto, why don't you hit them?" the demon asked, flinching at every hit the Jinchuriki missed. "Throws are more efficient," Naruto replied. "Something is imperceptible," the demon muttered skeptically, assessing the damage inflicted on his friend. "I don't want to hurt them. They'll take my head off for this." Uzumaki voiced the true reason. "Ah, then it's understandable," drawled the demon. "But this bestialist will not leave me until I break something for him." The Jinchuriki snorted angrily. Naruto deflected several of Kiba's kicks and kicked him in the stomach with all his might, putting his entire body weight into the kick. The boy squeaked and flew 2 meters through the air, knocking down his just rising accomplices. Naruto walked over to the pile of bodies writhing in pain and looked at them contemptuously. "Listen to me carefully, fool. Once again, someone squeaks something about me, I will knock out all your teeth and make you eat. Am I explaining clearly?" Naruto said, as menacingly as he could, but despite his best efforts, from the outside it looked quite comical. "Hey!" The beaten guys hurriedly exhaled. "Well, that's fine." Naruto picked up an open jar from the ground and walked away from the gateway. Even the ANBU captain was unable to notice the dark figure lurking under the visual barrier on the roof of the house, which followed the hero of the occasion. "Kurama, do you think I didn't act too harshly?" the Jinchuriki asked worriedly. "If I were free, I would kill them for this." "No, you did everything right. Now they definitely won't climb on you," the demon answered with a stern frown. "Well, at least it pleases, although it's still an unpleasant feeling the ANBU captain has now beaten 3 children. The mental throwing of the Jinchuriki was interrupted in the most unexpected way. Someone's hand fell on his shoulder. Naruto turned around and emptied his sizzle-filled mouth into his black hair-framed face. The guy's eye twitched. The angry shinobi could not stand it and took the jar from the fat man, after which he crushed it on the blonde top of his head, dousing the Hokage's son with his own drink. "Itachi?" the Jinchuriki murmured, ignoring the fizz running down his face. The impenetrable face of the brunette, covered with sweet goo, distorted surprise for a second, but then the Uchiha put on his stone mask again. "How do you know my name?" "We've never met before," the Uchiha asked. "Damn! I got caught like the last fool," the Jinchuriki exclaimed, angry at himself. "Improvise," the fox advised, not knowing what to do, but trusting Naruto's intuition more than himself. "My father told me that you are the genius of your clan, and set you as an example to me." Naruto blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. "You flatter me." The Uchiha's face twisted into a contemptuous smirk. He didn't like sycophants. "It inspired me, so I decided to become a shinobi. so that I would be respected in the same way. He continued to invent his Jinchuriki legend. You used ambu tricks. How do you know them? Itachi asked the question that interested him the most. Naruto fell silent for a couple of moments, unable to come up with a plausible answer, but as always, the fox came to his aid. Say that your sister taught you, and her father taught her. Remove suspicions from yourself, and they themselves get out. Even if later they arrange an interrogation for you, you will have time to come up with a better cover. The Ninetales announced his insidious plan. My sister taught me, and my father taught her. The Jinchuriki proudly popped out his chest, using the help of a furry prompter. Itachi had never followed the Hokage's son before. He only knew that he was not at all interested in the art of shinobi, from which the chubby often became the object of ridicule. But this did not mean at all that Naruto would not be taught in the family. Minato is one of the strongest shinobi in the world, so the story sounds quite believable. Okay, go, but remember I'm watching you. Itachi jumped onto the roof and disappeared into the concrete jungle, heading for water to clean up the fizz Naruto had kindly provided. No, did you see it? Itachi! Alive, real, not resurrected, and not zombified. The Jinchuriki exclaimed, and you spit out half a can of energy drink in his face. Not too respectful. The Bijou reminded him peevishly. You're right, it turned out ugly, but for me, it was a big shock. The boy tried to justify himself. What's so strange about that? This is another universe. Here Toby may not be a Beto, but Kakashi, for example. The demon recalled. Naruto just shook his head. The evil Kakashi did not suit him at all. I wonder how we got here, and are there other parallel worlds? The Jinchuriki muttered thoughtfully. Who knows? The fox shrugged his shoulders and curled up in a ball, fluffing his tails imposingly and ruffling in a funny way. Naruto, seeing this picture through the mental link, chuckled his fist and noted that his hand was glued to his face. Here's a red-eyed bastard. After all, I didn't douse him on purpose, but now I have to explain myself to my mother. The fat man was indignant. Are you going to practice? There is an excellent stream for meditation. It will pass for a shower. The demon found a way out of this difficult situation. Exactly. Kurama, what would I do without you? Although I know what I would have died on the first mission in a fight with Zabuza along with the entire 7th team. The Jinchuriki muttered shamefacedly. The fox smiled warmly and sent an emotion of gratitude to the Uzumaki. Naruto ran to his favorite clearing, sadly noting that after 5 minutes of running he was out of breath. Moving in such dashes of 200 meters, alternating them with a calm step of 100 meters, Uzumaki got to such a dear and beloved 13th training ground. It was empty, and even overgrown with weeds, which pleased our hero a lot. If the training ground is abandoned, then obviously no one will appear here. Naruto walked over to the stream and happily washed the fizz off of himself, thoroughly rinsing his hair. He didn't plan on dyeing it green. Kurama, do you want to go for a walk? Uzumaki asked with a sly voice. Kyubi immediately started up and wagged his tails playfully. Naturally, the demon explained in anticipation of the long-awaited freedom. The Jinchuriki folded the seals, bit his finger, and summoned a miniature nine-tailed monster. We're a mile from Konoha. It's the furthest range. If you keep quiet, no one will find us, the Jinchuriki promised. You promised to let me go hunting, reminded the fox. Yes, for God's sake, just don't catch people's eyes except in animal form of adequate size, Uzumaki warned his friend. But what if I do get caught? The demon inquired. Fly back to me, but then you have to lie low, so you better not get caught. The Jinchuriki repeated the warning again. Hey! The fox nodded and ran into the bushes, on the way growing to the size of a large fox. Naruto began to stretch his muscles and drive chakra through incredibly narrow channels, trying to slightly increase the volume available to him. An hour later, deciding that a little more and his MCC would burn out from overload, the Jinchuriki took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and folded the seal. Kage Banshin no Jutsu. With a soft pop, a copy of Naruto appeared in front of Naruto. The Jinchuriki timidly opened one eye and saluted with his fist in the air. Hooray! The clone laughed and gave 5 to its creator. Well, buddy, we have a hell of a lot of work to do. The Jinchuriki explained with fake enthusiasm. I understand. The clone poked himself in the belly and sighed dejectedly. Uzumaki started the craziest OFP in the life of this body. Naruto did 3 sets of 10 push-ups, 5 sets of 20 sit-ups, a 5-kilometer run, and an hour of meditation. The clone had been storming the oak all this time, in an attempt to climb to the top with the help of chakra in his feet. That was too much, the clone blurted out, breathing heavily. Agree. Thank you for your help. Naruto closed the seal and called the clone back, after which the fatigue just slammed the fat man into the ground. It seemed to the Jinchuriki that he had already dropped a couple of kilos. All his clothes were soaked through, and his muscles hummed like a bell. Kurama, how are you? The Jinchuriki contacted his friend via a mental link. Excellent, you caught 2 birds with 1 stone. The demon's voice, filled with the deepest satisfaction, rang out in the Jinchuriki's head. Well done! You definitely won't die of hunger in the forest. The guy hooted softly. The fox answered him with an offended snort. Ready to go home? Uzumaki asked. Naruto, can you leave me in the forest for the night? Cautiously asked the fox, which such a meager meal did not suit in any way. Are you sure this is a good idea? Naruto asked doubtfully. Absolutely. I'm removing all traces. Don't worry about the conspiracy. Bija hastened to defend his point of view. Well, okay, good luck to you. Naruto figured the Kyuubi knew what he was doing. He had almost never let him down in the past. Even if he gets caught, no one will think that the fox is sealed in the son of the Hokage. And you? The fox broke off the mental connection and rather scratched his belly stuffed with hair with his claws. Naruto grunted, with great difficulty got to his feet, and went home. It was already getting dark, so the mother would probably be worried, and the worried Kushina was scarier than the hungry Kyuubi. Commentary on Act 1, Chapter 7. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bija and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /Maxic Kyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /Minute Kyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it, smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 The blonde walked through the evening Konoha and noticed many incomprehensible buildings that did not exist in his world. It would be nice if these were only Uchiha clan police posts, but a whole scattering of concrete dolmens of incomprehensible purpose captured Naruto's attention. Mentally imagining the plan of the village, the Jinchuriki noted with surprise that the buildings radiated from the center of Konoha, namely from the huge building marked with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, standing in front of the Hokage's residence. It looks like there was a vast network of tunnels underground, but what were they hiding? With a vague chuckle, Naruto knocked on the door of his house. A few seconds later, Kushina came out the door. "Little brat, get in the house quickly." The kunoichi took her son by the scruff of the neck and pushed him inside, after which she followed him in and closed the door. "Where are you wandering in such darkness? And why are you dirty as a pig?" the mother asked sternly. "Darkness? It's only 8 o'clock. The Jinchuriki was outraged. "Total?" the red-haired woman drawled inquiringly. "And not dirty, but sweaty. Mom, I have a genet exam in 3 months. I don't have much time, and I need to work a lot on myself. If my own mother doesn't believe in me and prevents me from learning, what's the point?" The blonde man blurted out an angry tirade. The red-haired woman hung the reasoned answer from the mouth of the child unsettled her, and she could not think of anything to object to him. "You should go into politics, not shinobi." "Okay, go have dinner." Kushina changed her anger to mercy and smiled. The blonde man, looking like a winner, sat down at the table and pounced on rice and chicken. His mother turned serious and sat down opposite him, resting her head on her clasped hands and staring at the plump with a steely gaze. He dropped his chopsticks and choked. "Naruto, why did you want to become a shinobi so strongly?" Uzumaki closed his eyes and swallowed the rice grains stuck in his throat. Then took a deep breath and looked away, supposedly embarrassed, actually thinking hard about what kind of noodles to hang on his mother's ears. The guy remembered what he saw today Hinata, and it dawned on him. "Hinata-chan. I really like her, but she is the heiress of a great clan and won't even look at an ordinary person." The Jinchuriki stammered, clasping his hands together and twirling his thumbs. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise, and a tender smile crept onto her face. What could be more beautiful than first love? After all, that's how she first met Minato, with whom she lived to this day, having given birth to 4 beautiful children. Understand? If you really like her, then for the sake of her attention it's really worth trying, and you always have time to become a cook. Kushina affectionately ruffled her son's golden hair and smiled broadly, tilting her head slightly. Finally her baby grew up and began to think with his head. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to believe him. "Know that no matter what you do, and no matter what profession you choose, I will always be proud of you." The mother walked around the table and hugged the fat man tightly. Naruto patted her on the back and pulled away, smiling broadly. "Mom, I beat Kiba and his friends today." Naruto decided to show all his cards at once, so as not to aggravate the possible punishment by hiding the offense. Yes, of course, I believe you." It was clear from the woman's face that this was a complete lie, but Kushina was really happy for her son. Maybe all is not lost for him. The Jinchuriki frowned resentfully and began to devour the food again. The red-haired woman couldn't help but smile. Something about her son never changed. Satisfied, the blonde occupied the shower and then went to the side. Naruto remembered that one red-haired subject was now left to his own devices, and given his manic habits, the fox could very well finish someone off. "Ku, how are you?" asked the boy. "I was noticed, but I ran away," the fox answered proudly. "What?" "Spread out in all the details," the blonde growled. The fox hesitated for a second, but then answered. "Are you safe?" the demon asked. "Well, yes, I'm in the bedroom right now," the Jinchuriki replied. "Fine. Then now I will give you my memories of today, so it will be faster," the fox replied. "You have intrigued me. Looking forward to it." Naruto was really interested in the fox's offer. "Get comfortable. You're about to lose consciousness for a few minutes," the bijou warned his wearer. Naruto silently leaned his head back against the pillow and covered himself with the blanket, closing his eyes. After a couple of moments, he felt the presence of an alien consciousness trying to access his mind. The Jinchuriki realized that it was Kurama, and without any hesitation allowed him to do whatever he needed. The demon gave him his memories, and the guy fell into the cycle of bright pictures, tart smells, and distinct sounds. The fox, meanwhile, marveled at the degree of trust that he managed to achieve with his comrade. After all, he could easily kill him and break free, and, most surprisingly, Naruto understood this, but still trusted the demon. Kurama was once again convinced that he could trust his Jinchuriki more than himself. Forest, virgin nature, untouched by civilization. Lone Kitsune with pleasure inhaled the aroma of rotten greenery and blooming flowers. For several hundred years, he had been imprisoned, and every outing into the real world gave him a lot of pleasure. Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly as he promised himself to send the demon to print as rarely as possible in the future, receiving a wave of gratitude in return. So Naruto realized that Kurama was watching his memories with him. Crap! Kyuubi stepped on a broken glass bottle and cut the delicate leathery pads on his paw. Kurama licked his paw several times, and the wound healed. The nature around Konoha was not so virgin. Then the demon smelled the persistent smell of a hare. The fox immediately rushed to the trail of his legitimate prey, and after a couple of minutes, he found a fat rodent nonchalantly nibbling grass in the middle of a clearing. Accelerating with the help of chakra, Kyuubi covered 50 meters in less than 2 seconds and grabbed his fangs into the neck of the animal. Then the Jinchuriki looked through his fingers. Nature is cruel. Kurama, disgusted by him, missed several hours of continuous hunting, at the end of which the fox reached the size of an average horse, having eaten the heels of hares, 2 wild boars, a deer, and even a clubfoot. The satiated Ninetails nestled at the foot of a bizarrely twisting rock under a stone canopy and looked at the blood-red sunset. Yeah, the hunt went well today. You can run like that for a year. It will be possible to restore your former strength. But Shinigami, take it from you, 1 jonin will replace 5 tons of meat. If Naruto had been sent on some mission as soon as possible, I would have gotten a couple or 2 of Nukkinen chicks. Naruto laughed at the thoughts of the demon. He was offended and hid the next episode from him, deciding that he was not yet ready to entrust him with the most secret. The fox sighed sadly and, having nothing to do, began to pick the stone floor with his claw. A few minutes later, the outline of a graceful fox muzzle was clearly visible on it. I want a female, howled the demon and swiped its paw at the drawing, turning it into stone crumble. Rikudo, be damned! What am I to do now? To be alone all my life? The only thing to do is to eat everything in a row and scoff at little people? The Ninetails lay on his stomach and put his muzzle on his crossed paws, depressingly flattening his ears and staring at the dying sun, flooding the clouds slowly floating across the sky with scarlet blood. Naruto, thank you that at least I have you. But he's my friend, that's different. The beautiful world of foxes, where there were so many hot females, is lost to me forever. Now I will forever sit in the seals of these filthy shinobi. Thanks to Rikudo for that. Kurama again slapped his paw on the stone, pressing his ears to the top of his head and clenching his teeth in impotent rage. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the bushes nearby. The fox's ear twitched and turned towards the source of the sound, dragging its huge head with it. The black-haired top of a boy of about 5 years old appeared from the bush. The boy stared dumbfounded at the demon glaring angrily at him. The red monster bared his teeth, his ears perked up. Naruto said that if they see me, he will seal me again, and for a long time. It doesn't cost me anything to devour this idiot here and now, but Naruto asked not to touch people. The demon, in front of the amazed baby, shrunk to the size of an ordinary fox and rushed into the bushes with a red lightning, after a few seconds moving away from the child who discovered him for good 100 meters, after which the kitsune quietly crept back and began to observe the small intruder. Hikaru! Hikaro! A woman screamed. Mother! The child stopped. The mother ran out into the clearing and tightly hugged the playful child. A few seconds later, my father arrived, hugging his entire family. Kurama couldn't hold back a slight smile. The joy of parents from finding a child was felt even at a considerable distance from the shelter of Kyuubi. Perhaps that emotion alone was worth keeping them alive. Mom, there was a big fox, such a... The boy pointed to the foot of the cliff and spread his arms to the sides, trying to show the size of the animal he saw. Fox? The woman went cold and pushed her husband away from her, starting to look at her son for bites, but he, to her relief, was completely unharmed. Never run away again. The mother threatened the child with her finger and, taking him by the hand, followed her husband into the village. The boy turned around and looked to where the unusual fox had disappeared. A pair of scarlet lights flashed in the thick bushes, seeing which the child stood up as if rooted to the spot and began to disturb his parents, pointing to suspicious greenery and saying that a monster was hiding there. But Kyubi, of course, and the trace caught a cold. The father of the family, who went on a reconnaissance mission, was left with nothing, and his son was left without sweets for a week. After waiting for the people to go home, the demon found a secluded place in the thicket of the forest and hid under the roots of a sprawling tree where no one could notice him, neither a curious human eye nor a hungry predator. The demon yawned sweetly and was about to fall asleep when the Jinchuriki contacted it telepathically. At this, the memories of the fascinating day in the life of the great nine-tailed fox ended, and Naruto came to his senses, having remained silent for another half a minute, considering what he had seen. You did the right thing by sparing the people, because they did not have a single chance. You make a different decision. At the same time, you managed to keep the conspiracy. Kurama, I'm proud of you, said the Jinchuriki, indeed admiring the prudence of someone who was considered a brainless, bloodthirsty creature all over the world. Kyubi purred in pleasure, receiving a portion of positive emotions. Since you have no complaints, can I sleep? Hunting is not an easy task, even for a demon, the kitsune complained. Of course, good night. The Jinchuriki yawned widely. And you? The kitsune replied, catching a yawn. Tomorrow, they both had another hard day at work. Comment 8. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxatkyubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. ==========================================================================================================================Considering the sad experience of yesterday's wake up, the Jinchuriki got out of bed in advance and hissed in pain where training had an effect. The body seemed to be falling apart. Naruto did a quick morning exercise without even saying hello to his siblings and headed downstairs. The father was in his place, as cold as ever. Naruto wasn't far behind him this time, mechanically eating his breakfast, thanking his mother, and leaving the house. He's kind of weird today, Kushina muttered. What are you talking about? The same useless quiet as always, contemptuously, almost spitting out the words, answered the head of the family, whose disappointment in his son had no end, no edge. Minato, I'll shove this very rolling pin up your ass now. The kunoichi took the piece of wood in her hand and threateningly moved towards her husband, who immediately dropped the newspaper and placed a chair between himself and his wife. Kushina, calm down, just calm down. The Hokage was seriously scared. All the women from the Uzumaki clan were distinguished by their explosive character and heavy hand. Minato, you're crushing our son with your indifference. Kushina was outraged. And me with his worthlessness, the blonde retorted. You're wrong. Nagai said that yesterday he was able to beat Kiba in sparring. The woman stood up for her son. It's not an achievement. In ninjutsu, he is a complete zero. We don't even know what his element is. Namikaze replied grimly. So support him, you bastard. For once he took up his mind, and you can't lift your crowned ass to train with your son. Howled the kunoichi, barely restraining herself from throwing a rolling pin at the negligent hubby's head. That doesn't make any sense. I will not teach him basic skills. This is a waste of time. He is not capable of anything serious, the head of the village said as he cut off. Idiot! Kushina still could not resist and threw the rolling pin at the Hokage, but he caught it and put it on the table. The blonde sat back in his seat, and an angry Kushina left the room. Dodging her angry mother, Momoka entered the dining room. Hi, Dad. The kunoichi greeted her parent. Hello, Momoka. Minato changed at the sight of his eldest daughter. She was the real pride of the Uzumaki clan in general, and her father in particular. I heard your conversation. The blonde immediately turned gloomy. This topic was unpleasant for him. Do you mind if I take over his training? The redhead asked. Momka, this is a waste of resources. You are the best among the ANBU. Your time is very valuable to Konoha. The Hokage countered, keeping his cool. And my brother is very valuable to me, Momoka retorted. Minato frowned, but then waved his hand. Do what you want, but if it affects the efficiency of your work, I will be forced to forbid you to conduct these trainings. The father warned his daughter. Hey! The pleased kunoichi jumped out the window and moved along the rooftops towards the headquarters. Minato took a sip of his coffee and grimaced as the drink was already cold. Grunting discontentedly, the Hokage went to sit out his pants in his residence. On the way to the academy, the Ninetales woke up, at the same moment deciding to notify his carrier about this. Good morning, Naruto, the fox said in a sleepy voice. Kind. How did you sleep? The blonde asked casually. Not bad, the demon replied, crawling out of the hole and stretching sweetly. Kurama, I'm not pushing you, but I would like to know how long are you going to hunt? If you're just wondering, then I'll tell you the truth until the game in the forest is over. The kitsune replied, stretching his paws. But why? Naruto wasn't too impressed with the Ninetales' intention to genocide all forest fauna. To get back to my previous size, I would need a lot of organics for my body weight, the Bijou explained, sniffing around in search of new prey. But you will disturb the ecosystem and the forest will die. Naruto was outraged. The demon grinned angrily, but then took a deep breath and shook his head in disputes with his Jinchuriki. It's better not to drive horses, and even more so not to raise your voice at him, otherwise he starts up with a half turn and you won't get through to him. Naruto, at the current stage of development, I am too weak. I'll say more, my tails began to disappear, the fox said tensely. The Jinchuriki shuddered. It looked like the matter was indeed serious. I already went to meet you and excluded your fellows from the diet, although before it only consisted of them, Kyubi reminded. Naruto shivered shiveringly, remembering who he was dealing with. The fox felt a slight fear of his carrier, having received some moral satisfaction. Don't worry, I won't hurt you as long as we find compromise solutions to our differences. As I promised, I will not touch people, but the forest game is mine, Kurama said. Okay, that sounds reasonable. But do your tails really fall off? The blonde hurried to turn the conversation into another, less slippery channel. I didn't say fall off, I said disappear. Yes, they are getting smaller. All but one. I can't say that it's so critical, but until I have 9 tails, the bijou bombs can be forgotten. The demon said, pleased that his health was still inquired. That's it. Well then, okay, we still have no other choice. The Jinchuriki agreed with the arguments of his comrade, for which he was extremely grateful to him. Thanks for understanding. Then I, perhaps, will go. A herd of deer was grazing here recently. Kurama moved along the trail of artiodactyls. Good luck. Naruto broke his mental connection with his bijou and found himself already on the threshold of the academy. With a surprised chuckle, he reopened the gate to school life. The day at the academy passed as usual, except that Kiba and his cronies hardly opened their mouths and often hissed in pain. Naruto didn't hit them in the head, so it was hard to tell from the looks of the guys that they had been beaten up. After defeating the main bully, Naruto stopped being the object of ridicule. Uzumaki looked hopefully at Hinata. Suddenly he made an impression on her, but the girl was absolutely indifferent to him. All her attention was focused on the well-known bully. The blonde sighed heavily and lowered his head dejectedly. In that world, he was one step away from proposing to her. Looks like the fat didn't really make him look good in the eyes of the girls. Although, one plump woman with orange-red hair braided in disgusting pigtails, a pug face, covered with freckles, and crooked yellow teeth, downright devoured him with her eyes. So I allow you to eat this one. The Jinchuriki sent the demon an image of a girl he didn't like. Kurama, who was currently gnawing on the second of the 10 deer he had killed, bulged his eyes and shook his head from side to side in protest. No, no, and again no, my delicate stomach cannot stand this. Booey! The Kyuubi barely suppressed the urge to vomit. Naruto shook with barely contained laughter as it turned out. Stopping the great Ninetales was not so difficult. Stop looking at that crap. I'm eating, the Kitsune pleaded. Alright, so be it. The Jinchuriki looked away from the beautiful flower that could successfully scare even the Kyuubi and fell back into a sound sleep at Irika's lecture. At the practical lesson there was throwing kunai and shurikens. Naruto, smiling lightly, stroked the stars with 4 rays how many techniques based on the elements of the wind and this harmless-looking weapon he came up with. The Jinchuriki knew how to accelerate the weapon to the speed of sound, after which the shuriken pierced a meter-diameter tree trunk right through. He could arbitrarily change the trajectory of the star, giving it rotation in several planes, which made the enemy think that the blonde had missed, but the weapon came from the side, and the enemy did not have time to do anything. Finally, Naruto could perfectly throw them right on target, without any frills. The wooden deck stood 10 meters away, looking defiantly at the Jinchuriki with holes from hits from the previous participants in the test. Naruto rolled the weapon between his fingers, twisted his hand from the wrist, and straightened it sharply, giving the piece of iron a quick spin. With a whistle, the star flew exactly to the center of the target. The class began to whisper. The despised fat man became more and more wonderful and incredible. Further attempts returned the children to their former opinion of a classmate and trampled the Jinchuriki's self-esteem into the dirt. As it turned out, the blonde was just lucky. The rest of the stars flew as God would put it on his soul. Of the 10 stars, only 4 hit the log. Nagai at that time, as always, was on top. All the weapons hit the target. Neji and Sasuke were not far behind. The second Uchiha was somewhat inferior to the top 3, but at least hit the log. Tenten, of course, put all the crown persons in the belt. A narrow specialization and hard training put any talent on the shoulder blades without any problems. All of her kunai hit the same spot, knocking out the previous ones. Sasuke glared angrily at this upstart from under his brows, but said nothing. The incredibly gloomy blonde stepped aside and clutched his head with his hands. Naruto, don't kill yourself like that. It's all nonsense. You'll catch up with them. Kurama became worried. The guy's despair washed over him in waves, reminding him of the lost tales. Yes, I'll catch up, for sure. The fat man squinted angrily and walked towards Irika. Irika-sensei, can you lend me 10 kunai and shuriken? I wanted to train individually, but I don't have my own equipment. The blonde defiantly turned out his pockets. Of course, here you go. The surprised Chunin handed the guy 2 pouches. He nodded gratefully and went to his training ground. Irika scratched the top of his head. It looks like his little sister hit it hard. The blonde, mentioned in vain, caught up with the retreating fat man. Where did you put it? The girl inquired again with her characteristic tact. Practice. Naruto muttered offendedly and defiantly jingled his pouches, which looked extremely comical on his immense seat. Ah, that's it. Well then, good luck. Do you want to tell Mom something? Nagai asked. I'll be there at 8. Don't worry too much. The blonde replied. Okay, get out of here, Plump. The blonde lightly kicked Naruto in the ass with her knee. He just waved his hand at her and wandered away. Nagai thought, why did he start to strain so much because of his deplorable successes in the military field? Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Didn't the kunai hit the barrel? But what a rich borscht my mother and I came out with. Try it. Nagai, no one let you go. Irika shouted. The blonde shrugged her shoulders and returned to the team. In fact, the only thing I still can and know how to use is shadow cloning. And Shinigami take you, that's it. Was indignant at the vicissitudes of fate Uzumaki. Well, it's not so little. With their help, you will quickly master the lost skills, unlike me. The fox muttered resentfully. Yes, you are right there. Forgive me for crying into your vest, there is no one else. The Uzumaki replied, embarrassed. It's okay, that's what friends are for. The kitsune smeared with blood smiled warmly, although an outside observer would have mistaken his smile for a ferocious grin. You asked to expand your STS. I do it, but I think you can handle more pace. I will be able to restore your previous volume of chakra in just a year, said the demon. Total? This is more than unacceptable. The blonde was outraged. Then it's better to start quickly. Lie down on the ground and put something in your teeth. The Bijou admonished. For what? Naruto asked. It will be very painful. The kitsune answered, slightly hesitating. He did not want to hurt his only friend, but there was no other way out. The Jinchuriki hesitated for a bit, but then he folded his t-shirt into a tight rope and took it between his teeth. Ready? Kitsune inquired. Go, answered the boy. Kurama, having finished his meal and curled up in a ball in the middle of a clearing littered with bones, transferred his consciousness to the part of his chakra that remained inside the seal, and with its help began to influence Naruto's chakra circulation system. The blonde's blue eyes almost popped out of their sockets from terrifying pain. The sensations were such that instead of blood flowing through the veins, molten lead was flowing through the veins, incinerating the surrounding flesh. The Jinchuriki announced the 13th range with a wild roar and rolled wildly on the ground. Kurama looked down at the floor in embarrassment. Yes, he sometimes wanted to tear this trifle to pieces, but he had no desire to torture him. Should I continue? The demon inquired. Yes, the Jinchuriki snarled. The procedure lasted a little over an hour, after which the fox decided that enough was enough for today. The boy convulsively squeezed clods of earth in his palms. The furious pain was replaced by aching all over his body. Here, now you can call on 2 clones already. The fox encouraged his carrier. Naruto, swaying as if after 3 bottles of sake, got to his feet to check his friend's words. The Jinchuriki folded the seals, and 2 copies appeared in front of him. Thank you. Despite the still very palpable pain, the Jinchuriki was pleased as a cat. You are always welcome. The kitsune replied, breaking the mental connection and slowly falling asleep. Naruto meanwhile turned to his clones. Guys, here's your inventory. You know what to do. The Uzumaki barked fervently. Yes, sir. 1 clone took kunai, the second shuriken. The glade resounded with the rhythmic thud of metal entering wood. Naruto sighed heavily, but gathered all his will into a fist and continued to practice OFB. After 2 hours, he was completely exhausted. The blonde called off the clones, gathered kunai and shuriken, and trudged home. Commentary on 9. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bija and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi. A monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /Maxic Kyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /Minute Kyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. The fat man walked down the street, not noticing what was happening around him. His whole body hurt terribly. Exhausted, SCCH reminded of itself, with the most unpleasant itch in the depths of every muscle. One thing was pleasing: the clones got the hang of at least 6 out of 10 shells to send to the log. If the dynamics continue, then in a week or two Naruto will be able to compete with his sister. Knocking on the door, the Jinchuriki met his mother with a martyred look. "Hello, Mom." "Hi, come in. You must be very exhausted." Kushina stated the obvious. "I have good news for you. Momoka promised to train you every evening." "Uh-huh." The blonde drawled uncertainly. "You're not too happy, I see." Kushina raised an eyebrow and narrowed her eyes unkindly. "What are you? Of course I'm glad. I just don't have the strength for emotions." The blonde gave out the pure truth. The scarlet-haired girl changed her anger to mercy and smiled lightly. "Okay, go eat noodles with meatballs for dinner tonight. Momoka will be late today and will not be able to give you a training time, so come home early tomorrow so that she does not have to wait for you." "Yes, yes, yes." The guy waved off the kunoichi, for which he was immediately grabbed by the ear. "Don't be rude to your mother." Kushina was outraged. "I'm sorry, pretty mommy. I love you very, very much. Don't punish me, but caress me and give me something to eat." Naruto himself laughed at his own words, not to mention his mother. Quickly turning the evening exercise, Naruto went to the side. Lying in bed, the Jinchuriki decided to consult with his comrade in misfortune. "Kurama, a serious threat looms on the horizon," Naruto said to his fellow sufferer. "What's happened?" "I actually sleep," the fox muttered lazily in a dazed voice. "I'll be trained by my ANBU sister," the blonde replied. "Don't you have enough intelligence and kind to deceive some girl?" the demon said sadly. "Not some girl, but a very beautiful girl. Besides, she's my sister, so be kind and show some respect," the Jinchuriki protested. "You are only 3 days in this world, and already you are defending her with such fury." Kyuubi was surprised, and after a little thought, he came to a logical conclusion even before the Uzumaki had a chance to answer. "Do you really want to mate with your little sister?" he asked. "Yes, you go. She saved me from heavy bodily. I'm just grateful to her, you idiot." The blonde blushed like a ripe tomato with shame, which made it clear to the demon that he was close to the truth. Kitsune just shook his head and snorted in disgust. "Okay, this does not concern me." The fox yawned and laid his head on his paws after a hearty lunch. Smoothly flowing into dinner, it became more and more difficult to fight sleep. I believe in you. You know how the local Naruto was quiet and shy. Tried to be just a little more liberated at first. Then, over the course of a month, get bolder, as if training with Momoka makes you more confident. If in 3 months you behave as in that world, then no one will suspect anything. The demon voiced the strategy he had devised for integrating an alien into the local society. Wow, you are a great psychologist, Kurama. The blonde couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, causing the demon to fluff up with pride. Surely, in order to catch dinner, you need to know what he is thinking. The fox drawled mockingly. Naruto grimaced in disgust, and then asked the bijou a tricky question. Kurama, I know you are flaky. I know you're kind to the ends of your tails. In front of whom are you showing off, pretending to be the bloodthirsty monster that you were once upon a time? The demon froze with wide eyes, then looked at the ground, thinking hard over the words of his comrade. I don't know. The demon answered honestly. A habit, I guess, he suggested uncertainly. Naruto smiled broadly and sent a wave of approval and affection to the fox that amounted to 1,000 words, eliciting an equally stupid and naive smile from the demon. Naruto, thank you, because only thanks to you I became like this. You have no idea how much easier life has become for me, the fox said quietly. Nothing, buddy. The Jinchuriki smiled broadly and, saying goodbye to the demon, broke off his mental connection with him. The next day, right after the academy, the blonde ran home. Since you can't use clones, you need to at least take care of your body. Naturally, neither Momoka nor even Mother was at home. Kushina, as it turned out, was one of the strongest demonologists, because at times she was called to the scientific complex of the Uzumaki clan to solve some difficult task. If Kyubi had known which one, he would definitely have taken the whole village to hell, despite the protests of his Jinchuriki. The blonde just shrugged and started circling around the mansion. The plot was rather big, 60 acres of a fenced area with a path around the perimeter completely passed for a small stadium. This time, Naruto was able to run 1 kilometer, after which fatigue knocked him to the ground. It is absolutely clear that a foreigner cannot become an athlete with all the desire. Mask can be dropped, but is it necessary? He's a shinobi, not a ballerina, after all. And if you leave everything as it is, then the heart simply cannot cope with the load. Naruto decided it was best to focus on strength training for now. Age, the turnstile would be... The blonde looked around in search of something suitable, and noticed an apple tree with a thick branch growing not high from the ground. Naruto walked up to her, puffed up and jumped, clinging to the bough. With a heartbreaking creak, the apple tree tilted, and its roots on the opposite side of the blonde appeared from the ground. The Jinchuriki's feet touched the neatly mowed lawn. Naruto let go of the tree, and it immediately straightened up, bringing down on the boy a rain of unripe fruits. A thin tree came across. The blonde realized that only Mother Earth could withstand his horse weight, so with a sour face, he began to squat, do push-ups, and do press. An hour later, Momoka came to the training ground. Hey bro, a voice said from behind Naruto. The blonde jumped as if stung. The elite kunoichi moved absolutely silently. Hi, Naruto replied. Are you already warmed up? Well done. I want to teach you some ninjutsu, the kunoichi said with a mysterious smile. Class, the Jinchuriki muttered uncertainly. How much enthusiasm. Okay, hold on. Slightly upset by the reaction of her brother, the girl held out a fat man with an ordinary-looking white piece of paper. Place it between your index and middle fingers and send chakra through them, she asked. Naruto followed his sister's instructions, not for a second doubting his elements katan and futon, and without bread. A second later, the Jinchuriki's jaw dropped to the ground, followed by the rotten paper flakes. Didoton? The blonde murmured in disbelief. Momoka was puzzled, but she did not see a big problem in this at the very least, but the elements of the earth obeyed her. The red-haired woman took out another piece of paper, a slightly yellowish tint, from the bins of her vest. Here, let's define the second element. Squeeze this paper between your palms, the same with chakra. The blonde convulsively snatched the paper from his sister's hands and squeezed it between his palms. If only the futon, if only the futon. Shinigami, don't punish me. These are all my techniques. The Jinchuriki silently prayed. Naruto opened his palms. Rotten dust lay in them. The blonde's eye twitched. His nostrils fluttered. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. The circumstances could not have been worse. This is the first time I see a person with one element. Momoka frowned thoughtfully. Nightmare. A nervously trembling Naruto muttered under his breath. The red-haired woman calmed down in surprise when she saw her brother's face expressing universal grief. Naruto, the element of earth is no worse than the others. Why are you so unhappy? The redhead asked. The Jinchuriki looked up at his puzzled sister with a wistful look, answering in a very quiet voice. I won't be able to accelerate weapons. I won't be able to sharpen them. I won't be able to quickly and effectively attack the enemy. I can only throw mud and build fences out of it. And you ask what I'm dissatisfied with. Hard, as if each word weighed a whole ton, the Jinchuriki spoke and sat on the ground, resting his head on his knees and wrapping his arms around it. All the plans he made were ruined. He had almost no chakra. His body was unable to endure serious physical exertion. Dozens of futon-based techniques, hundreds of katan-based ones, Rasen Shuriken, enhanced by Jidama, all this was left in the past, forever. The Kunoichi frowned and stamped her foot without sealing. A meter-high earthen column grew under the Jinchuriki's ass. The boy convulsively waved his hands, but kept himself on the support and looked at his sister with an accusing look. Now listen to me, hysterical. Yes, Doton has almost no attacking techniques, but even the simplest defensive ones can stop almost any ninjutsu. Momoka began the presentation of the most underestimated element. To win, you need to neutralize the enemy. You can't win the battle with one defense. The blonde drawled wistfully. The Kunoichi raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not noticed the slightest tactical streak in her brother before. Most likely, the reason was the almost complete lack of communication with him. Momoka disappeared on missions from dawn to dusk. Only now, there was a temporary lull at work. Here you are right. If you had a second element, then there would be no problem. But what is you only have Doton at your disposal. However, you have a very pronounced talent for this element if you have one. In the near future, you will have to complete missions in a team, so you can leave the attack on your comrades and mentor. Exams will not require offensive ninjutsu. I do not argue. I will be indispensable for the team, increasing the survival rate of my comrades with the help of defensive techniques. But what should I do in a duel with an opponent? The Jinchuriki asked a little more cheerfully. Taijutsu, throwing weapons, explosive, and not only seals, senbons, poison, traps, and you never know what else. With the help of Fuinjutsu, you can seal any technique, and then use it at the right time. The Kunoichi took out a tiny scroll, the size of a finger, from her vest and poked it into the sky. From the end of the scroll, a huge fiery dragon broke loose and flew up. The hieroglyphs on the paper are gone. The Jinchuriki opened his mouth in shock. There was no such thing in his world. It seems that here the Uzumaki really do not eat their bread in vain, and in the 30 years that they outlived their clan members from his world, they were able to significantly advance in Fuinjutsu. Moreover, I own 3 elements. Although only Futon and Katon were given to me from birth, through long and hard training, Doton succumbed to me. So gather your snot into a fist and go to train. The Kunoichi once again tried to inspire her pessimistic little brother. The blonde shuddered, remembering that Kakashi had mastered the 4 elements. Moreover, as a Jinchuriki, it would be much easier for him to master Kato Kyubi was his incarnation. Futon, of course, will be a serious problem, but patience and work will grind everything. Yes, sir! Beaming, the Jinchuriki jumped off the post, brushed off his ass, and followed his sister. Momoka snapped her fingers, and the earthen pillar fell down, restoring the patch of lawn back into place. Now Naruto had a lot more work to do than he had imagined. Commentary on 10. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bija and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi. A monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxatkyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. =============================================================================================================================The blonde hesitated all the way, trying to make a difficult choice. Should he show his knowledge of shadow cloning to his sister right away, or should he wait? Fortunately for him, the kunoichi turned out to be much smarter than most of the teachers, and immediately wanted to give the student a legal cheat. Naruto, I'll teach you the shadow clone jutsu first. It will allow you to speed up your learning many times over. The pace will increase with an increase in the number of clones, but not linearly. To learn complex techniques, you need knowledge of the previous stages, and it often turns out that different clones study the same moment at the same time. There is only one seal in the jutsu, but the utmost concentration is required. Its main complexity is at the same time the reason for listing its multiple version in the category of forbidden techniques. After death, the clones transfer all their fatigue to the creator, as a result of which an inexperienced shinobi may die. Also, the technique is very chakra intensive. I can only create 50 clones, and I'm an uzumaki, and one of the strongest kunoichi in Konoha. Thank you for agreeing to be my sensei. Naruto looked gratefully at his sister, who smiled good-naturedly and put her hand on his head. I haven't taught you anything yet, so it's too early to thank me. I hope that you will be grateful not only in words, but also in deeds, so please make every possible effort. I have little free time, and I would like to keep at least a small part of it for myself. The girl's look became extremely serious, letting Naruto know that at the first sign of a hack, he would have to find a new sensei. Of course, sister, he answered defiantly. The kunoichi nodded in satisfaction, took a step back, and folded the seal that Naruto was so familiar with and loved with all his heart. Kage Banshin no Jutsu, kunoichi said. An exact copy of her appeared next to the girl and smiled broadly at the fat man. The boy cunningly bared his teeth and repeated all the actions of his sister, after which a copy of him appeared behind him. Naruto decided to save chakra and not show off too much so as not to arouse suspicion, and save energy for, in fact, training. Momoka stared in amazement at the grinning fat man and scratched her head. Either the little brother had a real talent, or a large supply of chakra. There was no third way. He simply could not learn this technique on his own. All information about her is classified, since she is the national treasure of Hino Kuni in general and Konoha in particular. Therefore she is protected by all means from foreign spies. Well done. I hope you can master the rest of the techniques just as quickly, the red-haired woman said with a wry smirk. I hope so too. The blonde drawled wearily, realizing that the hell with two, he would succeed. Well, let's start with the simplest, a wall of mud. Momoka folded 3 seals and slammed her hands on the ground. With a quiet crunch, a small wall rose up in front of the kunoichi, 3 meters wide, a meter high, and about 20 centimeters thick. The blonde and his clone had already clasped their hands when they were unceremoniously interrupted. Before you start to resent, let me make a little lyrical digression. Naruto's face stretched in surprise, but the plump lowered his hands. So why is Daten good? The kunoichi jumped over the wall and stood next to her brother's clone. First of all, he's completely immune to basic, non-exploding fire techniques. The kunoichi hurled the protesting copy against the wall, then folded her seals and exhaled a cone of flame. The clone that stuck its head out of the barrier squealed and hit back. Secondly, he is absolutely invulnerable to ordinary throwing weapons. The kunoichi threw 2 kunai, 6 shurikens, and 12 senbons at the wall. They all ingloriously got stuck in the burned ground. The clone, crouching in single file, hastily retreated from the firing zone. What if the defense succumbs? Momoka frowned disapprovingly and sent her copy in his place. Third, he is very good at holding weak water and wind techniques. I won't show you the water, but the wind is good for you. The girl folded 4 seals and sharply waved her hands, sending forward 2 blades of compressed air. A pair of deep trenches appeared on the wall, half, and in some places 2/3 of the thickness, but the defense survived. The copy of Momoka gave a thumbs up before ducking down again. Naruto, like a small child, which he now was, looked with rapture at the demonstration of the element so maliciously rejected by him. No technique of futon or Kato could give even a close similar effect. The blonde has always been jealous of Gaara and his smart dog. How much blood of one's own and one's friends could be saved? But of course, the protection is not absolute. Momoka imbued the kunai with wind chakra and threw it against the wall. The weapon did not seem to notice the obstacle and pierced the ground along with the clone right through, whistling further into the forest. The copy disintegrated into a puff of white smoke, but the torment of the long-suffering wall did not end there. And powerful fire techniques may well take her to hell. The kunoichi folded 5 seals, after which she folded her fingers into a ring and blew through it. The fireball, the size of a watermelon, flew 15 meters in a second and crashed into the ground. There was a deafening explosion, only memories, and a bunch of clods of earth remained from the wall. Impressive. I saw the seals. We will try, the Jinchuriki replied. The tattered clone nodded and began making seals with his creator. The kunoichi stepped aside and made herself a small earthen stool, watching her brother intently. The guys puffed up, and, finally, after an hour they puffed up. The clone was the first to do it and summoned a perfectly suitable, very extensive, but still thin wall. Naruto snorted indignantly and kicked his copy's creativity. Hey, I'm helping you like that, if anything. The copy grumbled offendedly and folded her arms across her chest. I'm sorry, emotions, indie and all that. The blonde scratched his head in embarrassment. Momoka put away the book on Irian Ninjutsu for beginners and smirked. Yes, the shadow clones were very, very headstrong. Well, Naruto, for today I say goodbye to you. I have to work tomorrow at 5 in the morning. I understand, he muttered sadly. He really liked this sensei. Don't pout. Continue tomorrow. Besides, no one bothers you to practice without me. The kunoichi lightly ruffled her blonde hedgehog hair and ran away. Naruto grunted and turned to his clone, who brazenly lay down on the wall and threw his hands behind his head. And what do you think? We got into a strong scrape, or not really? The blonde asked himself. Honestly, I am still in shock at how well such a flimsy-looking wall protects. Put on Jinin with the device. A joke, of course, but there is some truth in it, the clone replied. Make the wall circular and cover it with a lid on top. There will be a cocoon like Gaara's, the original suggested. Yeah, and the earth will immediately fall on your head. No, you can't go far on this loose soil. You need to try to compress it. The copy answered. Good idea. You can then make stakes out of the ground and grow them right between the enemy's legs. The blonde pointed his finger at the sky and grinned bloodthirstily. Here it is, Doton's attacking technique. You are evil, creator. The clone chuckled and jumped off the wall. The blonde fell silent for a moment. The clone looked at him in bewilderment. I missed the Rasengan. The Jinchuriki answered a silent question. And what is so difficult about it? When you first came into this world, you needed 10 times more chakra. You now have 3 times as much chakra. Accordingly, a couple more sessions of expanding the SCC with Fox help, and you will be able to charge our favorite Bone Crusher. His clone encouraged. Then let you take care of the chakra, and I'll take care of Doton, the blonde suggested. Oh, you rogue, you grabbed the most interesting thing for yourself. Oh well, I'm not greedy, the copy replied. Naruto smirked, put his hands on the wall that his copy had erected, and tried to squeeze it with his chakra. The clone sat in the lotus position and began to intensively drive the remnants of spiritual energy through the narrow channels. An hour later, the Jinchuriki ran out of steam, and the wall became only a third thinner. And yet, this is progress. The clone barked encouragingly and patted the creator on the shoulder. Yes, yes, progress. The Jinchuriki withdrew the copy and trudged home. He was greeted by the entire family at dinner. Well, how was the training? Kushina asked with keen interest. Minato nodded angrily at the baguette, eyes flashing in the direction of the daughter squandering precious A&BU time. Amazing. I taught him shadow clones and how to build a mud wall. The kunoichi answered for her brother. Wow, not bad for a first day. Kushina looked at her son in surprise. Even Minato deigned to raise an eyebrow, but nothing more. Your young brother. The guy hit the fat man on the shoulder so hard that she almost knocked her arm out of the joint. But Naruto only smiled. His little sister expressed warm feelings. Thank you so much, Momoka. You really helped me a lot. The otherworlder did not forget to thank his benefactor. Don't worry, we'll continue tomorrow. The kunoichi winked slyly and got up from the table. As she already mentioned, tomorrow is a little light for work. After her, Minato came out, and then the kids screwed up. The blonde paused for a moment. Mom, I'm sorry I don't help you cook. I would love to. The Jinchuriki began to make excuses, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. Nonsense, son. It's much more pleasant for me to know that you spend this time studying, and even with such success. She answered with a wide smile. And yet, the blonde folded the seal and summoned the clone. He immediately went to the sink and began to wash the dishes. Thank you, Naruto. This will help me a lot. Kushina kissed her son on the forehead and went to check the door. The Jinchuriki washed off the bucket of dirt and collapsed onto the bed. Naruto wanted to contact the Kyuubi, but changed his mind. Let him at least get some rest from him. After all, he is a free Bijou, not his mom. Kurama, who had been busy eating the inhabitants of the forest and fertilizing the soil with waste products all this time, was surprised to note that Naruto had not contacted him all day. The fox curled up in the same place, noting with pleasure that he had become a couple of meters longer. Maybe something happened to Naruto? No, it's out of the question. He would have told me right away. Most likely, he is very tired after training, or does not want to bother me. The demon calmed himself. True, his calmness did not last long. The next inspection of the tails revealed that all of them, except for one, were dead from the tips to the very foundation. The fox, letting out a single tear, bit them off and, despite the absorbing wild melancholy, fell into a dream. Commentary on 11. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482 A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /Maxic Kyuubi /Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /Minute Kyuubi /Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it, smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 ================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================a delicious lunch at home, and a shock workout at the training ground. Naruto was so carried away that he completely forgot about the furry lodger, enjoying the absence of someone else's consciousness in his head and complete freedom of thought, without fear of being hurt. However, at times, Jinchuriki overcame longing, and he exchanged a couple of positive emotions with his Bijou. Relations in the class were neutral. The blonde was no longer mocked, but no one was in a hurry to make friends, with the exception of the red-haired monster in love, from the sight of which cold sweat flowed down the blonde's back. The next test in taijutsu and possession of cold weapons was approaching, because the Jinchuriki more and more often took time off from Irika's lectures, passing the material externally. It cannot be said that Yumino was happy about this, but since the effectiveness of training did not fall, but only increased, it was a sin to complain. The tales in the theoretical material Naruto quickly pulled up for the captain of the ANBU test at the academy to spit and grind, and in especially difficult moments, he could always count on the help of the Kyuubi, which, however, he did not need. The mother and sisters could not get enough of the changes in their round relative. He became even more positive than usual, and gradually became less and less shy, saying that training with Momoka made him more confident. Kanjin was jealous of his brother in a black way. No one devoted time to him, but the kid did not resent how much in vain gift ponies and a panda compensated for this unpleasant moment. Minato, as usual, was dissatisfied. In fact, his son could only collect dirt in a pile, while Yellow Lightning, at the age of 13, owned the futon to such a level that he could give heat to any jonin and chop him into pieces on the way. The OFP was in full swing. Naruto could run 3 kilometers without stopping and do 50 push-ups. Naruto dropped 2 kilos, not too much, but losing weight was not the blonde's main goal, so he was satisfied. Fat left extremely reluctantly, but muscles began to be felt under its thick layer. Training and throwing Saban, kunai and shurikens were relegated to the background, but not forgotten, because by the end of the week he hit the log with all the shells from 10 meters without any problems. This finally set the Jinchuriki in a new way. Nothing is impossible. Everything will return to normal with time. Momoka taught her brother an effective technique for expanding the SCC. It consisted in a seemingly banal meditation, but with the only difference that all the energy was concentrated in the hearth. This made it possible to increase the overall supply of chakra, although the throughput of the channels did not change. However, this was not a problem. The channels expanded on their own, over time, under the influence of spiritual energy flowing at a normal pace. Of course, this method was oh so far from the speed of the Fox method. An hour of torment replaced a week of 2-hour meditations. This did not bother him in the least. No one forbade him to combine both methods. It bothered Naruto that the foxes were getting sadder every day. He thought that the reason for this was the demon's attachment to its bearer due to the seal, but he could not remove it. The situation turned out to be a stalemate, But the Uzumaki clan in this world survived and invented such seals, which became scary. It is likely that in order to free the Bijou without the death of the Jinchuriki, something was invented. So, if you become skilled enough in Fuinjutsu, then you can satisfy both your own and Fox's needs. Nevertheless, Naruto considered the Ninetales even more than a friend. At one time he replaced his whole family, and until now, he perceived him only as an older brother, strong, wise, and caring. Kyubi was very flattered by such an attitude, because the fox made all kinds of concessions to his carrier, intending to spend his whole life with him. After all, the demon did not doubt for a second that he would never find another such person, not in 100, not even in 1,000 years. But Naruto was in the dark about the true reasons for the Ninetales' bad mood and his attitude towards the seal, until he himself told him about them. On the 7th day, Naruto learned a banal attacking technique from a very meager arsenal of attacking jutsu of the elements of the earth. "Mommy, where did we stop?" the Jinchuriki asked. "You have to throw the stone with chakra," the Kunoichi answered, slightly bored. "Do I know what seals are needed? For you, none. You have a real talent, develop it, don't take the easy way," Momoka drawled in an instructive tone. Naruto grunted resentfully and called for 3 copies already. All the guys put a stone in front of them, the size of a brick, and began to puff up. That was urine. Doton was really given to Naruto very easily. Momoka learned to build a wall for about a week, despite cooperating with 50 clones. The Ninetales didn't waste any time either. Bijou managed to catch almost 100 hares, 50 wild boars, a couple of dozen deer, and 5 bears. Such intense nutrition allowed the fox to stretch another 3 meters. Now from nose to tail it was about 10 meters, and weighed about 10 tons. Kurama got bored. Who doesn't get bored for 2 weeks just doing what to eat and sleep? Rikudo did not endow his brainchild with interlocutors, and the fox had only enough fine motor skills and spatial thinking to lay out a fence from fallen trees around the sunny meadow that the demon loved. "Is Naruto really so busy that he only talks to me for 5 minutes every other day? Or am I tired of him?" The demon shuddered. "But I have no one to communicate with except him, and without communication I will quickly become the same monster, especially considering what I have to do all day long." He looked longingly at the clearing littered with animal bones. He had to make great efforts to keep himself in his paws, and not to enjoy the salty taste of blood in the mouth and the pleasant heaviness in the stomach from swallowed and torn to pieces bodies. "Naruto, how are you?" The demon asked a classic nonsensical question, wanting to start a conversation. Naruto, who was currently holding the stone in the air with his chakra, flinched in surprise and dropped the weight onto his foot. "AAA." The Jinchuriki grabbed the injured limb and began to jump on one leg around the frowning Kunoichi, spewing curses and unprintable expressions. "Naruto, one more checkmate and I'll hit you," Momoka promised, cracking her knuckles. You. The blonde howled like a dog scalded with boiling water. "Naruto." A worried demon spoke out as he felt a strong pain in his left hind leg. "I almost lost my leg because of you," he exclaimed in his heart. "I didn't do it on purpose." Kyubi muttered in embarrassment. "Momka, wait a second, I need to get some rest," Naruto hissed through gritted teeth. "Okay, but you're stealing time from yourself." The Kunoichi shrugged and began to read the book on Irin and Jutsu again. This time for amateurs the progress was very fast. The little brother trained like hell and often injured himself, which gave the girl a lot of opportunities to practice. Stepping into the shade under the spreading canopy of a tree, Naruto resumed his dialogue, intending to tell the Kyubi about his plans. "Kurama, I have a serious conversation with you." The fox started up and interrupted the boy, much to his surprise. "Are you all right? You haven't spoken to me for a whole week," the worried fox asked. Naruto, despite the still not subsided pain, the cause of which was his interlocutor, could not hold back a tender smile. "No, Kurama, I'm fine. Just a few minutes of free time, and you didn't express dissatisfaction with the rarity of our conversations. from which I concluded that you want to be alone, merge with nature, return to your roots, so to speak. Naruto explained. It was like a stone fell from the demon's soul, and he hurried to point out to the Jinchuriki that he was wrong. Naruto, I can't stay out of human society for a long time, let alone live in the forest. The Jinchuriki almost dropped his jaw on the ground, but the ensuing tirade completely unsettled him. The first 3 days, I really felt very good. Sleep as much and wherever you want. Breathe fresh air, eat fresh meat from the belly, and dream of your future strength. But then it got worse. A thirst for blood appeared. My old habits began to return to me. I again liked to torture my victims before death, to feel their horror with all my being. If this continues, in 2 weeks my worldview may change, and in a month I may want to kill you, the demon said very quietly. Naruto shivered chillily. He had no idea how serious it was, because in recent years the fox had behaved more adequately than most of his human acquaintances, with the exception of that incident on their first day in this world, and he used to think that the fox was completely in control of himself. It turned out that this was not entirely true. Naruto, I don't want to become an animal again. I don't want to lose myself again. Please take me away from here, the demon said in a barely audible voice, shedding a lone tear. Naruto felt such anguish that his heart seemed to be squeezed by a hand. All right, Kurama, I'm calling you back. The Jinchuriki folded the seal so that Momoka couldn't see him, and then he felt an outside observer reappear in his mind. But the emotions that came from him were so warm that Naruto forgot to think that he would again have no personal life. Be patient for another half hour, please. I need to finish my training. The Jinchuriki noticed that Momoka was already very sour and was impatiently stamping her foot. No problem, buddy, the fox replied. Naruto hurried to break the mental connection and get back to business. Naruto smiled, as if a stone had fallen from his soul. In the truest sense of the word, the Jinchuriki ran up to his bored sister, picked up the load, and again forced him to levitate. And you didn't waste your time, the demon commented. It's still flowers, said the Uzumaki. He straightened his arms sharply, and the stone flew into the forest, killing a couple of young trees along the way. Well done, Naruto. That's enough for today. Momoka smiled at her proudly puffed-up brother and tucked the book into her belt, heading home, leaving the Jinchuriki alone with the demon. Uzumaki immediately sat down under a tree and was transported into his subconscious. As soon as he appeared, he was knocked down by the Ninetales, reduced to the size of a dog. Naruto was frightened at first, but when the fox began to lick him, the blonde couldn't help laughing and patted the demon's furry scruff. Well, that's it. That's enough. I understand that you are bored, the Jinchuriki grumbled, pushing the fox away from him. He again approached him and clung to the neck of Uzumaki, who hugged him and began to slowly stroke his back. His eyes fell on the demon's tail. Single tail. Kurama, are you really missing your tails? Naruto's eyes went wide. Yes, the fox told him about it, but the blonde took his words as a metaphor. Yes, they died and I had to tear them off, the kitsune answered in a trembling voice, looking at his ass with boundless longing. Which one of me is Kyuubi now? The fox said very quietly. The Jinchuriki immediately moved towards him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kurama, it doesn't matter how many tails you have. You are still the same Kyuubi no Yoko, the great demon, the natural disaster of Konoha, the storm of all mankind. These are temporary difficulties. We will soon overcome them and regain our former power. His carrier encouraged the demon. Kyuubi looked up at him hard. He didn't share the blonde's optimism. It's much easier for you, I think. In a year or two you will reach the previous level, but I, most likely, will never be the same. I would so like to go back to that world. But this is impossible. Our bodies are destroyed, and I do not want to move into someone else's. It will become even worse than now. The demon sighed sadly and hung his nose. The Jinchuriki hugged him sympathetically and pulled the sad fox close to him, cursing himself for being lazy, which caused the bijou to become depressed from lack of companionship. Don't worry, I'll help you. On missions, I will definitely have to kill, and I think you will be able to capture the souls of defeated opponents. Will it speed up the process? The Jinchuriki suggested. It will speed up, albeit not by much. But anyway, thank you for your support, Naruto. The fox replied with a slight smile. That's what friends are for, Kurama. The blonde let go of the demon and sat down next to him. I suppose you won't be overjoyed if I tell you that in this world, the seal can certainly be broken without my death? The Jinchuriki asked. The fox's muzzle stretched out in surprise, but then he decisively shook his head from side to side. No, I'm not happy. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't stop you when you wanted to kill yourself, the fox said, causing Naruto to look away in embarrassment. Like I said, freedom has a bad effect on me. With you, I've learned to enjoy without hurting others, and you have no idea how easy it becomes on the soul. I need you, you understand? If I'm left to my own devices, I'll go crazy like Shikaku and become a stupid monster again. Is that what you want? Bijou asked, looking at Naruto. He swallowed hard and shook his head negatively. Of course not. Besides, I'm mortal now, and the only place I can feel safe is your seal. Do you really think that as soon as I am free, your relatives will not catch me and seal me in another Jinchuriki, much less accommodating, or even cut me into pieces for their experiments? The demon asked. Naruto was horrified as he imagined the dismembered Kyuubi and immediately scooped him up. I got it. I swear to you, as long as I'm alive, I won't hurt you, he said quietly, hugging the fox to him, stroking his ears and top of his head, whose mood rapidly crept up, and after half a minute, he could not control his vanity. Naruto, do you want to see me in my true form? As if by chance asked the fox. The Jinchuriki looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Okay, brag, Naruto replied. The fox immediately jumped up on its paws and ran off to the side, after which, with a quiet hiss, it increased to the size of an elephant. The Uzumaki whistled in surprise and walked around the bijou. In that form, he was quite capable of handling a couple of jonin. Kyuubi sensed his friend's silent admiration and purred softly in pleasure, making Naruto laugh. Oh, you conceited little fox, don't feed you bread, give yourself a reason to be proud, he grumbled with mock reproach in his voice, making the demon laugh, making him laugh for the first time in 2 weeks. The Jinchuriki approached him and tightly hugged the furry paw. Don't worry, Kurama. We'll be fine, he said softly. The demon lowered his head and buried his nose in the golden hair, continuing to purr softly from the blonde's warm emotions that flooded over him. He believed every word Naruto said. Saying goodbye to the fox, Uzumaki was transported into reality and ran home. It was already late in the evening. There was no need to make his family worry. Commentary on 12. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxatkyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it, Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 13 Exam. He's like a sloth, he doesn't seem to be coming soon, but Armageddon is inevitable. There were only 2 months left. By this time, Naruto had lost another 5 kilos. He no longer looked like a bag of cellulite. A significant part of the fat deposits had already passed into the muscles. Nevertheless, he was still very plump, so the school and home nickname was in no hurry to come off. The clones had already mastered knocking down stones in flight with other stones, on which the Jinchuriki preferred to finish the exercises in this simple ninjutsu. It was necessary to move on. Momoka taught Naruto how to create earth clones in a week, but he didn't like them too much. The copies were very stupid and slow. Although it was very difficult to kill them, the damage received was restored. However, after their death, they did not transmit any information and were not even able to act together. Shadow clones, meanwhile, faithfully worked out the old skills, bringing them to perfection. Another feature of Doton is that you can use it to influence your body. The red-haired Kunoichi began lecturing again. Like Raiden's lightning cover? The fat man asked with hope in his voice, remembering how Yai only drove out on the cover of Lightning. No, the blonde turned out to be almost a reference. Megusta. Kurama cackled with laughter. Naruto fed him far from one portion of his mother's cooking, from which the demon was in a great mood, which could not be said about his carrier. Raiden accelerates the body, pushing the muscles to the limit, and creates a protective layer of plasma that perfectly repels ninjutsu, but with the help of Doton, you can strengthen your bones with the strongest minerals. Another disappointment. The Jinchuriki spat and with anger, with the power of thought, threw a stone lying nearby into the forest. Don't be a bully. Momoka threatened her brother with her fist. He immediately pulled himself into a string, although what string, with a girth of the belly 120. I know it doesn't sound very impressive, but it's a passive effect that does not require chakra to maintain it. You will always be ready to fight back the enemy, and breaking something will be much more difficult for you. Okay, what should I do? The boy muttered without any enthusiasm. Summon clones to start. Okay. Naruto was already used to that wild pain and learned to endure it without screaming, which significantly reduced the visibility of masochistic training to others. You have to feel the minerals in your body and channel them into your bones. Just do not try to use all the resources, no more than 10% of the total, otherwise you will disrupt the functioning of the body, Momoka said in an instructive tone. Hi. The blonde sent a couple of clones to meditate to avert suspicions of too rapid growth in chakra reserves. The rest did what the sister said to do, while the original again began to run and do push-ups. Mommy frowned disapprovingly. Naruto, stop messing around, or I'll leave a clone in my place too. The Jinchuriki stumbled in indignation and plowed the ground with his face. Do you think I'm messing around? Growled the fat man, jumping to his feet. Exactly. You can do physical training without me, and in a month I will no longer be able to devote time to you, said the sister, already losing her temper. Naruto fell silent in shock. But who can help me but you? The blonde didn't remember a single sensei with whom he would have progressed so quickly in a completely unknown element for himself. Naruto drooped and lowered his gaze to the ground. Without a mentor, the learning rate would drop dramatically. I hope that I can train you so that the exam does not become a problem for you. Then your team will have a dedicated mentor who will be able to devote much more time to you. The blonde almost slapped his forehead. How could he forget about such a wonderful person as Kakashi? It kept slipping out of Naruto's mind that he was a 13-year-old child who had yet to be trained, and not a mental retard who was trained out of pity by his own sister. Okay, what do you want to offer me? The blonde asked. Fuinjutsu. The sister answered curtly. Just try it, and I swear to the Shinigami, I'll swallow you up and won't let you out all day. Kurama growled angrily. I agree. The blonde grinned enthusiastically as he heard his biju's angry tirade. Momoka raised an eyebrow in surprise from Dotani spits and get him Fuinjutsu. It is strange that you show such enthusiasm for the most part, non-martial techniques. The kunoichi voiced her thoughts. I'm an uzumaki, I'm supposed to. The blonde retorted. Just don't try to say this in front of your father. He already has a tremor due to the fact that all the daughters took their mother's last name. The kunoichi interrupted the guy. Why did you do it? Naruto even overlooked his puncture. He was too intrigued by Momoka. To enjoy the privileges of our clan, of course. The kunoichi answered like a stupid child. So I don't have them. Naruto was outraged. No, you're Namikaze, Momoka replied. Wonderful. I'm a member of a clan with 1.5 members. The Jinchuriki explained indignantly. Congratulations, the time is up. The kunoichi sighed heavily, looking at the sun approaching sunset, and went home. Sister, where are you going? But what about Fuinjutsu? Tomorrow, Naruto. Kunoichi smiled nevertheless. She was pleased that the little cook decided to change his profession, and gave all the best worse than herself in her youth. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily, and returned to his sheep, that is, to the fox. Naruto entered his subconscious, and gave the puffing demon a suspicious look. Kurama, why do you get so mad when you hear anything about Fuinjutsu, Uzumaki, or Uchiha? The Jinchuriki asked. Habit is a great power, the demon replied to its wearer, smiling broadly. Naruto walked over to him, and sat down on a soft paw. Still, you've grown up a lot. Uzumaki succumbed to surprise again, flattering this conceited biju. Still, I only did what I ate. My stomach still hurts. The Ninetales complained. The Jinchuriki snorted but didn't say anything. Do you want to go for a walk? Naruto asked. Silly question, of course, replied the fox, wagging its tail playfully. Naruto returned to reality and summoned a tiny fox cub the size of a sandal. The Jinchuriki couldn't resist, grabbed Kurama in his arms, and began to squeeze him. To his surprise, the demon didn't try to break free. On the contrary, it purred in pleasure, looking at the Jinchuriki with a devoted look. Naruto smiled and stroked the velvet ears one last time as he set the fox down on the ground. The Jinchuriki came out to the center of the training ground. The clones were still going about their business. He took off his shoes, trying to achieve maximum closeness with his element. He had one idea that he had wanted to test for a very long time. Naruto, don't be offended, but your feet stink terribly. The little fox was indignant, holding his nose with his paw. Be patient, it's necessary, the somewhat embarrassed Jinchuriki replied. But why? You'll see. Naruto concentrated, closed his eyes, and felt the ground around him. It was a very special feeling. The wind was weightless and short-lived. The fire was destructive and cruel. The earth was calm and stable. She's been here long before shinobi even existed. She would be here long after they were all gone and turned to dust. It wasn't easy to bend the earth to her while Momoka still hadn't progressed beyond just throwing rocks, moving underground, digging holes, building walls, and cloning, despite training to a sweat. Naruto's situation was completely different. The Earth-sama wanted him to rule it. He did not remember this either with fire or with air, although he considered himself a real master in these areas. Apparently, the predisposition to one element really gives more advantages than he thought before. Naruto exhaled sharply and made a jerk with his hands up. With a loud crunch, 50 spikes from the compressed soil, as thick as an arm, jumped out of the ground. The Jinchuriki dropped to one knee and breathed heavily. He overestimated his strength. Naruto regained his breath and walked over to the stakes. Tapping on them with his fist, the boy was convinced that this was not a toy at all. The earth was hard as wood. Only a powerful kick using chakra was able to break the spike, and half a centimeter of turf fell to the ground, retaining its previous shape. Here, this is more like a military technique, exclaimed the fox. Thanks, I tried. The blonde put on his boots, and the little fox decided to come closer. You obviously need to do something about it. This stink is not normal. Bijou was outraged. Your nose is too good. Everything is within the normal range, the blonde retorted. The fox cub shrugged and once again measured the forest of thorns with an appraising look. Now he understood why Naruto spent a week learning how to compress the earth. Kurama, if you want, you can go hunting again, Naruto suggested. Naruto, we already discussed that I shouldn't disappear in the forest for a long time. Otherwise, I might disappear there forever, the demon reminded him. But no one asks you to leave for a long time. Make 3 to 5 day sorties. And then I will recall you, and you will tell me what interesting things you saw in the vicinity of the village. Maybe it will work. Anyway, it's definitely worth a try, because I'm still unacceptably weak, the Bijou muttered thoughtfully. You can rely on me. I will contact you regularly. I understand that you, like me, need strength, so I don't dare to interfere with you, the Uzumaki replied, scratching the fox's muzzle with his finger. Thanks for understanding. Let's hope I can deal with the dark part of myself. The fox hid in the thicket. Naruto dispelled the clones and went home. Tomorrow was a series of regular sparring sessions at the academy, and after that, Jutsu training with my sister. Commentary on 13. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxatkyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. =====================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================their accomplishments. The guys had already begun to chuckle beforehand when Naruto entered the position for throwing projectiles at the deck. He took the kunai and, one by one, threw them at the target. 3 hit the top 10, the rest were evenly distributed a little further away. The children fell silent in shock. Along with their sensei, no one showed such progress in a week. The blonde was only slightly behind his sister, which shocked her to the core. With the look of a winner, the fat man defiled to his sister and gave her 5. Well done, Naruto. Keep it up. The kunoichi was very happy for her brother. Now he really had a chance to pass the exam. The girl was a little jealous that her older sister devoted her precious time not to her, but she made an effort on herself. Naruto needed help much more. Sparring followed. Naruto was unlucky he had to fight against Lee. The Jinchuriki respected the fat-browed man. Even in that world far from everyone could do such hard training. The lack of talent did not stop the boy, thanks to which he reached great heights in taijutsu. In this world, the situation has not changed. Surrender, Naruto, you can't beat me. The boy was extremely serious. He did not want to harm the son of the Hokage, but if a fight was announced, then little depended on him. Let's check it out. The blonde got into a fighting stance and beckoned the enemy with his hand. Lee shrugged and took off like a bullet. Naruto wasn't too surprised by the speed of the thick brow. It weighed barely more than 50 kilos, so his blows were unlikely to be too painful. Chakra was not subject to him at all, and muscle strength alone would not be enough here. The Jinchuriki missed 2 blows to the head and 3 to the body, but managed to get the dodgy brunette, and he grabbed his stomach, into which a pooed fist flew. Naruto shook his head, chasing away the white dots flickering before his eyes, and again beckoned to the enemy. Lee quickly came to his senses and rushed to the attack. A trained body survived not so much. Naruto caught a leg flying towards his head and, moving with his whole body, threw the enemy aside. Lee rolled on the ground several times and crashed into a tree. The enraged boy immediately jumped to his feet and thoughtlessly rushed at the enemy. The Jinchuriki quickly closed the distance and tightly squeezed the thick brow in his hands. Lee screamed and began to thrash the Jinchuriki's head with his hands, the ribs about to die. Naruto hissed in pain, but he endured. His head is strong. It was checked more than once. After a few seconds, Lee gave up. "The winner is Namake's Naruto," Irika scribbled in the magazine and drove the fat man, along with the rumpled thick brow, out of the ring. "You're stronger than you look," Lee choked out. "What's the point? If you hadn't been stupid, I would never have caught you," Naruto complained, slightly dissatisfied with himself. "But did you catch it? This is the main thing. The victory was fair." The thick-browed man extended his hand to the chubby one. He shook it in surprise, after which he smiled and walked away. He needed to train even more so that next time he would not fall into such a stupid trap. "Brother, you surprise me more and more." Nagai patted the plump one on the shoulder, heading for the ring. Haruno Sakura fought against her. The fight was very short. Nagai with a firm step went to her opponent, who with a loud cry tried to punch her in the head, but the blonde just caught her hand and twisted it behind her back. The pink-haired woman whimpered in pain and resentment. "Surrender," Uzumaki said unemotionally. "She didn't even consider Haruno a person." "No!" roared Sakura. Nagai, without any pity, pulled her rival's hand towards herself. She howled out loud. "I give up!" The pink-haired woman howled through her tears. "The winner is Uzumaki Nagai," Yumino announced hurriedly, not wanting his apprentice to be hurt. "You will never be a good shinobi," the blonde literally spat out, throwing her opponent to the ground. "You're so mean," the Jinchuriki grumbled as his sister approached him. "I'm sick of the thought that such a nonentity would be a shinobi. She will definitely let her team down, and they will be killed on the very first missions." The blonde glared angrily at the surprised guy, who just snorted. Yes, as an experienced fighter, Naruto understood that such a subject could really fail at a crucial moment in that world. Sakura more than once became a real headache. "Nagai, but she's still a beginner. You can't take away her only chance." The Jinchuriki was outraged. "Why are you protecting her? You better think of yourself." The sister grabbed the plump one by the breasts. "You have bigger boobs than her." Nagai pushed the fat man away to the friendly laughter of others. Naruto just waved his hand at her and stepped aside. His sister's temperament at times hurt his conceit very much. Half an hour later, the 4 leaders remained: Neji, Sasuke, Nagai, and, which surprised everyone to the core, Naruto. If earlier Irika wanted to expel the chubby one for poor progress, now these thoughts have disappeared without a trace. Over the past 2 weeks, he managed to get out of the outsiders to the semifinals. Neji and Sasuke fought first. Both were members of legendary clans. Both possessed extraordinary physical strength and unique melee styles. This time, the contemptuous smiles disappeared from the faces of both guys, each recognized as equal in the enemy. Neji took a defensive stance, Sasuke circling around him like foxes around a rabbit hole, trying to find a moment to attack. The Uchiha didn't expect the Hyuga to rush in sharply, so he missed a couple of blows with an open palm, which paralyzed part of the tenketsu on his stomach. Sasuke hissed like an alarmed cobra and ducked under Neji's arm, landing 3 blows to the ribs before jumping away, fearful of a counterattack. Hyuga noticeably reduced his agility, although the Uchiha's attacks were only physical, but the pain from them, pouring boiling water all over his side, fettered movements no worse than the same soft palm. Sasuke grinned wickedly. The victory was in his pocket. But Neji did not agree with this, so he used the Byakugan. Hey, that's not fair. The Uchiha barked indignantly, his dojutsu still not awakened. Using dojutsu is allowed by the rules, so shut your mouth and let's get down to business. Neji easily deflected all of his opponent's attacks and used 32 Heaven's Touch. Sasuke couldn't keep up with his opponent's moves, each of which blocked such vital tenketsu. Nevertheless, the Uchiha was not going to give up just like that, because for each series of lightning strikes of an opponent, he hit him in the butt. After a couple of seconds, the Uchiha collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, and the Hyuga filled the clearing with blood from a broken nose, swaying like a drunk from a slight concussion, clearly unable to continue the fight. Droll Irika called the Chunin assistant, who took the guys to the hospital. Both of them urgently needed medical attention. The crowd of children roared animatedly. They had not seen such a spectacular battle for a long time, although it lasted only a few moments. But the rivals were really the strongest and worthy of each other. Uzumaki Nagai versus Namake's Naruto. The chubby sighed heavily and looked into his sister's blue eyes. He saw that she was not happy with what was happening, but without any twinge of conscience, she would fight at full strength. Irika-sensei, I give up. The blonde breathed out, raising his hand. This is the final fight. Surrender is not accepted here, Sensei said as he snapped and kicked the chubby one after his sister. I promise I'll try not to hurt you, the guy whispered softly and got into a fighting stance. Likewise, the Jinchuriki prepared to remember everything he had been taught in the A and BU. It's one thing to win, and quite another not to harm the opponent. Naru. Wow, what are you going to do? Bijou asked. Fight. Naruto replied wearily. So, I managed to see the most exciting sight in my whole new life. Kurama, sitting in the thicket of the forest, scratched his paw behind his ear and popped his head in concentration. Nagai shortened the distance and tried to punch her brother in the jaw, but he managed to dodge and catch her hand, after which he sharply pulled the girl towards him and tried to throw her, as in a duel with Lee. But with the daughter of the Hokage, this number did not work. She hit Naruto in the head with her knee. Before the Jinchuriki's eyes flashed a sheaf of sparks, replaced by pulsing dark and light spots, but he remained conscious and stood on his feet. Nagai rolled over in the air and landed on her haunches, sliding half a meter on the ground. Naruto was still a little sick, but he covered his head with his hands and resolutely moved to attack. The sister was surprised. Usually after such a blow, the unlucky opponent was taken to the hospital, but, as Lee had already said, the plump was stronger than it seemed at first glance. Naruto tried a couple of times to reach his nimble sister with his feet. Naruto, you'll never hit her like that. Run into the clinch. Kyubi was ashamed of his protege. He always sagged a little in taijutsu, focusing on elemental techniques, but bending under a 13-year-old girl was completely unacceptable. The blonde listened to the furry commentator and tried to get closer to Nagai, but she already saw perfectly well what pleasant hugs it could end in, so she simply jumped away from the fat man, striking him in the body along the way. Naruto growled. The pain from his sister's blows was quite palpable, despite her modest weight. When the guy weakened the onslaught for a second out of pity for her brother, he took advantage of this and grabbed her by the arm, after which he slammed the kunoichi with his whole body to the ground. Uzumaki curled up into a fetal position and began to cry. Nagai! Naruto's fighting madness dissipated and he rushed to his sister. Suddenly, she sharply straightened up and with all her foolishness slapped her brother in the jaw, after which he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The winner is Uzumaki Nagai. Irika again ticked off the daughter of the Hokage. Despite this, he was again amazed. The weakest student almost won, but fell for the opponent's trick. The guys hummed in disappointment. Namake's again did not live up to their expectations. The girls squealed with joy. Nagai again showed the guys where their place was. Only now the winner herself was hurt, and disgusted in her soul, she vilely played on brotherly love. Commentary on 14. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /Max at Kyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minute Kyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. equals 15 Naruto flew into his subconscious, where a ghostly silhouette of a fox was waiting for him. His body at that time was digesting the next victims. I'm disappointed in you. The Ninetales snarled and kicked the blonde with his paw, but fortunately, the limb just went through him. She deceived me, Naruto said softly with bitterness in his voice. Kurama immediately stopped his rampage and stretched out on the floor, putting his muzzle in front of the boy. It was a fight, though not a real one. In battle, all means are good, you yourself know this very well, the fox explained. But, after all, we are a family. You would never do this to me. Why is my own sister so brazenly taking advantage of the fact that I care about her? Kyuubi was glad that his friend had such a high opinion of him, so he finally stopped being angry with him. It was very important for her to win this competition. You've hit her ego hard by climbing out of the bottom of the pack in a couple of weeks. She just couldn't let you win. It would be a shame for her. Once again showed the miracles of deduction of foxes. Perhaps you are right. She's just a child. Let's be lenient with her. Of course, I won't throw myself on her neck, yet such behavior is unacceptable. Naruto was already whispering with resentment in his voice at the end. I support. There will be problems, Call. I will quickly teach her good manners. The fox licked his lips carnivorously. The Jinchuriki grimaced and shook his head, remembering Kurama's stomach, which he taught everyone he met. Naruto walked up to the ghostly figure and gave him an appraising look. Do you think you could kill Kakashi now? Why are you asking? The fox twitched his ears in surprise and bulged his eyes, looking at his carrier. For me, he is the standard of a strong shinobi. The blonde spread his hands. PFFFF, let's measure the power of a ninja in poop. The fox replied. The Jinchuriki burst out laughing and sighed with relief. This world was still alien to him, but a piece of his native universe was now with him. Next to the fox, the boy felt himself in his place. Everything was as it should be. I think I could, but I would have to sweat a lot. Drawled the fox and yawned widely. Forgive me for leaving you unattended for so long. Your support saved my life more than once. Forget. Okay, you have to go. A grateful Kurama helped the blonde return to reality and followed there himself. Naruto woke up on a stretcher while transporting his carcass from the training ground to the hospital. Stand. The fat man barked. In surprise, a pair of muscular orderlies moving such a heavy burden slammed it to the ground. The kid almost went back to his subconscious, then with a hiss, he got to his feet. Idiots, you don't carry firewood, Uzumaki snarled. Forgive us, Naruto-sama. The orderlies hurried to disown the head washer in the Hokage's office. The boy raised an eyebrow skeptically, shook his head in dismay, and moved home. His face turned blue again. The guy's hand was heavy. Kurama, is anyone hurting you? The blonde asked. Yes, one bear tried, the fox replied. And? Naruto already knew the answer, but decided to make sure anyway. I ate it, the Bijou replied with satisfaction. You are hopeless. The blonde burst out laughing and already in high spirits knocked on the door. Mom opened. Naruto? You should be in the hospital. The guy said you had a concussion. Kushina rushed to inspect and feel the repulsed face of the fat man, getting gloomier with every second. I've already punished that little bastard, but it doesn't seem like it's enough, her mother growled angrily. I support. Although she can be understood, I almost defeated her, and she did not want to disgrace herself in front of the guys. The blonde said a few words in defense of his sister. That's no reason to turn you into a chop. You didn't give her a single bruise, but she beat you again. Kushina threw up her hands. You were just looking for bruises in the wrong place, the blonde said mysteriously, sitting down at the table. The fact that the entire back and seat of his sister sparkles blue like the July sky, he did not doubt a bit. Naruto, did you really make it to the final? Despite the stale appearance of her son, Kushina was seriously intrigued by this news. Yes. I managed to defeat Lee and some Uchiha, after which I was put in a fight with my sister. I didn't want this. Girls, and even more so sisters, are not needed to beat them. Kushina sighed ruefully, but smiled warmly. Her son was a real man, however. In the shinobi world, this was not the best help. I'm proud of you, son, the kunoichi said, caressing Naruto's cheek gently. Thank you, Mom. The blonde hugged Kushina. She gently kissed him on the forehead and brought a tray of mashed potatoes and chicken fillet. His son deserved it. Naruto thanked his mom and sent a couple of clones to help her. Kushina swore to herself that she would overcome her pride and ask her son to teach her this technique in the household. She was simply irreplaceable. After that, she handed the guy an ointment for bruises and sent him upstairs. Going up to his room, Naruto smeared his face and laid down on the bed. He had been beaten too much today to do anything else useful. Nagai heard the knock on the door and, gathering her will into a fist, overcoming her pride, wounded by blows from Kushina, went to apologize. Quickly reaching her brother's door, she knocked and entered without asking. Naruto, forgive me! The girl shuddered when she saw a face smeared with brown cream, sparkling with black eyes. Nagai, I was really scared for you. I love you, and you used that to win some stupid duel. Naruto was outraged. It was the final. She tried to justify herself. It's all nonsense. You could just ask me, and I would give in to you. But I wanted you to fight at full strength. The kunoichi was outraged. Why did you cheat then? I would have won if everything was fair. The kunoichi flushed, but then she looked down at the floor in embarrassment. She herself did not know why she did it that way. It's just, I've always been the best. I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of my friends. Naruto sighed heavily and shook his head. They are not friends, they are fans. They will forget about you as soon as you screw up. They will not help you in difficult times. I am your brother. I will never leave you and will always help you. I'm very sorry that you don't put it in anything. Nagai lowered her head dejectedly. The words of her brother were exactly repeated by her mother, which made the cat scrape in her soul. Brother, it won't happen again, I promise. She muttered softly and embarrassedly. Well, that's fine. I forgive you, but my patience is not unlimited either. Don't abuse it, her brother replied. Hey! The kunoichi left Naruto's room with a sigh of relief. She stumbled upon her older sister, who was not yet aware of what was happening. Hey Nagai! What did you do with Naruto? Momoka asked. Doesn't matter. The blonde quickly scurried off to her place, not intending to let Momoka in on this matter as well. The kunoichi became worried. remembering what the little monster had done to her little brother last time. So she immediately broke into the Jinchuriki's room. He jumped on the bed at the sharp sound and covered himself with a blanket. He was going to take a little nap. The red-haired woman noticed that her plump face, covered with ointment, was turning blue again, so she growled angrily and clenched her fists. "Yes, I'll beat this fool myself," the girl growled. "Stop, don't." "Momoka, it was a duel at the academy. Everything was an honor and honor. And not only Nagai walked her fists on my jug, but stood up for her unlucky sister Jinchuriki." "Well, since you insist, I won't," the kunoichi muttered and approached her brother. "How did it all go?" the girl asked. "Not bad at all. I made it to the finals," a pleased Naruto replied with a cheerful note in his voice. "The final? You fully justify the hopes I have placed on you. It's a pity that this isn't enough for my father." Kunoichi snorted angrily. Minato worked too hard, which is why even at home he behaved like a pragmatic pig, that is, Hokage. Not only did he force his son to take his worthless and useless surname, he also let his education take its course. So this is not enough, he put spokes in her wheels. Although the daughter performed his direct duties, and instead of him taught and raised her son. Kushina is also good. She comes home late, cooks dinner and sleeps. He leaves early and doesn't show up until the evening, picking all sorts of demons in the Uzumaki slabs. The children were left to themselves, and she, as the eldest, had to sort things out. And she has an irregular work schedule and a very active personal life. But as usual, no one cares. It's okay, I think, in time, even he will recognize me. The main thing is that you and my mother support me. It is very important for me. Momoka smiled. It's good that Naruto understood and appreciated this, which could not but please her. "Well, I didn't come to you empty-handed." The kunoichi took off her backpack and pulled out a weighty volume in a red leather cover with a bronze spiral embossing. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. The book looked very impressive. "Since you were so enthusiastic about learning Fuin Jutsu, I got you a copy of all the common techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Yes, not all jutsu are here. Powerful and complex techniques are strictly classified. In addition, you are unlikely to learn anything on your own. But if you read it and memorize it well, then our training will become much more productive." Momoka explained the training plan for the near future. "Arigato, Momoka." Naruto tremblingly took the gift and put it under the pillow, after which he wanted to hug his sister, but in time, he remembered his smeared face and sighed heavily. To which Momoka smiled and carefully hugged the fat man herself, after which she got out of bed and went to the exit. "Since everything is so bad, I'm canceling today's lesson, but so that tomorrow you know the first 10 chapters by heart." The kunoichi barked, frozen in the aisle. Hearing the feedback in the form of dissatisfied grumbling, the girl smiled and closed the door behind her. Something told her that her brother would break himself into a cake, but he would follow her instructions. Commentary on 15. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxatkyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it, smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286 16 Naruto read said 10 chapters. They talked about what types of seals are, what paints are used to draw them, what is better to put this or that seal on, and some other little things. As it turned out, each seal has a strict structure, in violation of which the consequences can be very diverse, from the loss of a sealed object to a powerful explosion. Each seal was suitable for a certain type of content. The simplest of them allowed to seal an inanimate object into a scroll. It was a little more difficult to seal some technique. It was very difficult to store, for example, a cloud of flame for a long time, but if desired, this could be learned in a month or two. The pinnacle of Fuin Jutsu was the sealing of a living being so that it would not die of hunger, thirst, or suffocation. In such techniques, the body of the victim was immersed in suspended animation. All vital processes in the cell seemed to be frozen. The growth of hair and nails stopped, sweating stopped, the body no longer needed oxygen and nutrients. The soul at that time existed separately in the artificially created world of printing. An entire chapter was devoted to this case, which Naruto read through the line. He already knew how to change the inner world of a seal, and this was not too different from that described in the text. It took years of practice to create such a structure. Of course, the shadow clones could overhaul the process, but Naruto did not have the chakra car at his disposal, which was in that world, so it was not worth bothering about this in the near future. However, he already had one such seal at his disposal, and managing it was much easier and more economical than creating a new one. "Ku, how are you?" Naruto inquired. "I'm sleeping." An indignant howl sounded in the blonde's head. "Oh, forgive me. That's what I'm worrying you about. They gave me a book on Fuin Jutsu here," continued the Jinchuriki dialogue. "Where?" "I'll burn it to the ground," Bija snarled. "Calm down. I found some very interesting information on print management here." "And what did you find?" the fox asked without any enthusiasm. "I can put new things in it. You understand what that means?" the Uzumaki whispered conspiratorially. "Will you feed me Nookanins?" the demon drawled with timid hope in his voice. "Exactly," the blonde replied with a wide smile. "Hooray! When will we start?" the demon asked matter-of-factly. "When I graduate from the academy," the Uzumaki replied. "And why the hell are you poisoning my soul, you fat bastard?" An enraged Kurama knocked down 5 trees with a blow of his tail. "I thought you would be pleased to learn something good." "Go back to sleep, you bastard," he replied with a slight annoyance in his voice. The demon, without any explanation, closed his eyes, breaking the mental connection and softly snoring, returning to such an unceremoniously interrupted dream. Naruto grumbled a little for order, but then unexpectedly discovered that it was already deep night outside the window, and he had already overfulfilled the plan of 10 chapters for a long time. He felt ashamed in front of the Kyuubi. They woke him up in the middle of the night, showed him the gingerbread and immediately hid it in the safe. How could he not be offended? Tomorrow I will definitely have to apologize to him, the Jinchuriki thought. Turning off the light and adjusting the pillow, the guy turned on his side and sniffed softly. The bruises were gone the next day. Naruto was surprised to find that he was being respected and no longer teased, yet he almost won the tournament. Sasuke and Neji were discharged from the hospital only a day later. The doctors did an amazing job. There was not a trace of severe beatings on the guys. Naruto came to the training ground that became his home and habitually sent the clones to do a bunch of exercises with his element and throwing weapons. Kurama obligingly fried the boys' SCC in retaliation for yesterday's wake-up call, despite his protege's apology, after which he retired from his subconscious with a sense of accomplishment. And so he continued to do OFP at an accelerated pace until Momoka came. "Sister, hello." The Jinchuriki immediately ran up to the kunoichi and stared at her with a puppy-like look, as if hinting at the Fuinjutsu training promised yesterday. "Well, hello, brother. Where would you like to start?" the redhead asked. "Teach me how to seal things in a scroll." Okay. Here's a finished seal for you." She took out a small scroll from her vest, folded a couple of seals with one hand, surprising her little brother with such a rare skill, and pointed her fingers at the back of the scroll. Several kilos of assorted military equipment flew out of the black drawing, which Momoka handed to her clone. The copy went home, and the kunoichi handed the emptied seal to her brother. "Now, along with the clones, try to seal this kunai here using these seals." The kunoichi slowly formed 3 symbols with her fingers. Naruto nodded and called the clones. The 6 blondes sat in a circle around the scroll. The guys began to do the indicated manipulations and poke at the piece of iron with their open palms. An hour later, the operation was successful, and the kunai disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The original called the clones back to get their knowledge and went to his sister. "Ready!" the Jinchuriki boasted with some pride in his voice. "Well done, Naruto!" Momoka even clapped her hands. Progress was lightning fast. The kunoichi showed her brother the reverse manipulation, after which he sent the kunai flying by pointing his fingers at the back of the scroll. "It's just great, Momoka." Naruto was happy as a child. Anything could be hidden in this piece of paper, starting with grandma's pies and ending with a wad of money. "Glad you liked it. Your task for tomorrow is to make 5 of these scrolls for me. Forgive me for exploiting child labor, but I have absolutely no time for this, and the thing in everyday life is simply necessary." "Of course, sister, you can rely on me." Naruto pompously saluted, causing a slight smile from his teacher, after which she hurriedly left. So, in a variety of training and nursing tasks, 2 months passed. Kurama ate up to 50 tons of live weight, from nose to tail, now amounting to about 20 meters. In order to avoid losing his self-awareness, the fox returned to his Jinchuriki every 2 days for several hours, and he told him about his successes and asked the demon about what he saw, comfortably sitting on the crook of the elbow of a mighty fox paw, exchanging a wide variety of memories with Bijou and emotions, helping him fight bloodlust and madness. Naruto dropped as much as 15 kilos, after which the mark on the scale stopped at 85 kilograms. No matter how hard the blonde tried, no matter how much he ran, the mass did not go anywhere. Fat turned into powerful muscles, which so far lacked relief, but the Hokage's son could not be called plump with all desire. The chakra supply was now quite consistent with that of the Uzumaki Jinin, allowing for multiple techniques to be used before the SCC was empty. Unfortunately, it was not possible to master the Rasengan. There was not enough practice, so it was not possible to surprise Dad with his own technique. Whether the reason for this was the most difficult situation in foreign policy, threatening to develop into the Fourth World War, or the burglarized Uchiha, but Minato still remained cold to his son, and in general to the family. The fox, of course, took pity on his Jinchuriki, and did not eat it in order to fulfill the bet made on the day he met the Hokage. Kushina, unlike her husband, tremblingly supported her son in all endeavors, unable to rejoice at his successes. The fact that Naruto finally got his figure in order was not too pleasant for his grandmother, but everyone else was completely delighted with it. Some of the girls at the academy turned their attention to the muscular blonde, pissing off Sasuke, but he was too proud to show it. Naruto managed to become friends with Choji, although he had previously been loyal to his fellow obese. Kiba and Lee were filled with respect for the quickly changed Naruto, who had become a real big man from a downtrodden quiet man. Training in Fuinjutsu gave very serious results. Naruto finally learned how to seal techniques. He got the hang of copying the seals exactly according to the model, and became a real supplier of equipment for his older sister. Naruto went out of his way to repay Momoka for her hellish work with at least such a small thing. After drawing as many as 10 neat seals on small scrolls the size of a paper bill, he brought them to his sister to share with him her most powerful techniques. Despite the fact that the kunoichi finished her brother's training a month ago, she could not refuse him such a trifle, especially since it could one day save his life. "Momka, I really need 5 fireballs, at least 1 fire dragon, and the rest to fill with wind blades. Help me, please." "No problem, little brother, but it's better to let your clones do it." "I don't want you to get fried on my technique," Momoka shuddered, imagining this picture, and shook her head, driving away the obsession. Naruto nodded and summoned 1 copy, which he filled to capacity with his chakra sealing attack ninjutsu required twice as much chakra as casting them. Naruto decided to eat the fattest frog first, so Momoka started with a fire dragon. The frightened clone almost built a wall of bricks without the help of Hands and Doton, but managed to activate the seal in time, and she pulled a huge fiery beast into herself. Rogue. Kyubi, who is currently in Naruto's subconscious, was indignant. The fox ate every living thing within a 50-mile radius of his hiding place, so he decided that he needed to take a break for a while, otherwise he would completely go crazy, and Konoha hunters might have questions. They sometimes wandered very far from home and could well fall into the territory of the Ninetales entertainment. "Oh, are you awake, big brother? Tomorrow is the exam, and we will be divided into teams, and in just a week we will go on the first mission," cheered up the Jinchuriki demon. Finally, the fox contemplated with rapture as the fireballs disappeared one by one into the scrolls that the clone put into his pocket. After a couple of minutes, the work was completed. The wildly tired clone handed over the ammunition to the creator and dispersed. Naruto swayed from exhaustion, but immediately came to his senses and approached his sister. Naruto hugged his sister tightly. "Arigato, Momoka. I will never forget what you did for me. You gave me the chance to be the pride of my family. You gave me confidence in my abilities. You taught me how to stand up for myself. I will use the acquired knowledge all my life, and this is priceless." The girl was touched to the depths of her soul by such a speech and shed a single tear of tenderness. "Brother, I do not regret the time spent on your training. You gave 120% every day, which even I did not do at your age. If you have any problems, you can always count on my help," Momoka said with a slight smile on her face, ruffling her brother's hair. Naruto smiled broadly and took his sister by the hand as he headed home. Tomorrow, he would have the last push, after which he would have every right to wear the protector of his village and proudly call himself a shinobi. "Naruto, the last time you called me back, I noticed something strange in the forest in the south of Konoha, but I didn't pay attention to it." The somewhat confused voice of the fox sounded in Naruto's head. "Yes? And what?" he asked with undisguised curiosity in his voice. "I sensed a faint background of demonic chakra, much like a mixture of my own and Ama no Hoku chakra. It seems to me that its source was several miles away, so its influence was barely perceptible. I would like to check what is there, if you don't mind taking me to the edge of the forest again," said the fox. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily, but then smiled. How could he refuse his best, albeit insanely arrogant friend? "All right, I'm on my way." Naruto quickly covered the distance to the village wall where the Hokage's mansion was, and through a secret passage that only his family knew about, crossed to the other side, barely opening an indestructible steel door hidden from everyone. Powerful spatial fuinjutsu that even Hayashi and Hizashi's Bakugan could not break through. That's how he'd let the fox out for a while lately, when he stopped going to the training grounds behind the wall. Yet their own was much better. Calling the fox and stroking it goodbye, Naruto watched the red lightning disappear among the dense foliage for a few more seconds, after which he closed the door and went home. After about half an hour, a puzzled voice of a demon was heard in the mind of the blonde. "Naruto, you have to see this with your own eyes," said the fox, sending his Jinchuriki the memories of the anomaly he had studied. Intrigued, he locked the door to his room and settled himself comfortably in his chair, ready to find himself in the body of a fox. Closing his eyes and allowing the demon to connect to his mind, Naruto fell into darkness, gradually filled with bright colors, sounds, and smells. Already from afar, among the thick bushes, the brightly lit soil caked into a monolith was noticeable. The demon made his way through the dense greenery and froze in shock. A cyclopean trench, in its narrowest place, about 50 meters wide and deep, diverged in a cone towards a distant mountain range. The forest around the start of the trench was sparse, the sparse trees clearly no more than 20 years old. The little fox started up and, climbing back into the bushes, so as not to loom in the open space, ran towards the beginning of the trench. The soil in some places was loosened. Getting closer, the demon saw a trace of a huge clawed paw, overgrown with grass, but still clearly visible, no less than 15 meters in diameter. Bijou swallowed convulsively, imagining the size of the creature that left him. It was larger than the Shinju himself. From the very footprint came a very tangible background of demonic chakra. Having entered the center of the track, the fox felt an incredible surge of strength and, looking around and monitoring the surrounding emophone, increased to its maximum size, curled up inside the track and shook its head in amazement. The demon closed his eyes and relaxed. He could feel the unfamiliar chakra flow into his body and increase it in size, albeit not by much. The fox grimaced in disgust, feeling an itch in the coccyx area. Looking at his backside, he found a small bump next to the surviving tail and bulged his eyes in shock. The received strength became the drop that allowed him to move to a new level of development. Having absorbed the energy surrounding him to the last drop, he rose to his paws and headed for another track, along the way marking deep, narrow furrows on the ground, like she was being cut to pieces by a huge sword. What happened here anyway? The demon asked himself, fitting into another source of power, of which there were more than a few dozen around. It is logical to assume that the fight and someone very, very big fought. But who? Is it Shinju? Yes, this cannot be. I heard with my own ears how Kushina was called Jinchuriki, which means that there are at least a few Bijou in this world. We immediately discard the option with the local QB. It's absolutely impossible to get fat, corny organic matter on the continent is not enough. A riddle. Well, a riddle is a riddle, but you need to gather strength. The fox rose to its paws again and moved to the next track, noticing more and more interesting details on the supposed battlefield. From one point, 7 more trenches fanned out, significantly inferior in depth and size to the first, which, as it turned out after thoughtful study, stretched for more than 10 miles to the very mountain range, leaving a wide gap in it. It seems that he put all his power into this attack, but it didn't help, so I had to hit again and again. The fox thoughtfully sniffed the center of a huge wasteland, about a mile in diameter, and scratched his paw behind the ear. What had been here before him, and more than once, it was obvious that even someone had already collected chakra in the traces before him, because there was absolutely not enough evidence to draw up a complete picture of what was happening. However, the fox did not lose heart. Bypassing all 50 tracks, he managed to collect enough chakra to grow a second tail and gain another 10 tons of live weight. He put all his might into this attack, but it didn't help, so I had to hit again and again. The fox thoughtfully sniffed the center of a huge wasteland, about a mile in diameter, and scratched his paw behind the ear. What had been here before him, and even more than once, it was obvious that even the chakra in the traces had already been collected by someone before him, because there was absolutely not enough evidence to draw up a complete picture of what was happening. However, the fox did not lose heart. Bypassing all 50 tracks, he managed to collect enough chakra to grow a second tail and gain another 10 tons of live weight. He put all his might into this attack, but it didn't help, so I had to hit again and again. The fox thoughtfully sniffed the center of a huge wasteland, about a mile in diameter, and scratched his paw behind the ear. What had been here before him, and even more than once, it was obvious that even the chakra in the traces had already been collected by someone before him, because there was absolutely not enough evidence to draw up a complete picture of what was happening. However, the fox did not lose heart. Bypassing all 50 tracks, he managed to collect enough chakra to grow a second tail and gain another 10 tons of live weight. Therefore, there was absolutely not enough evidence to draw up a complete picture of what was happening. However, the fox did not lose heart bypassing all 50 tracks. He managed to collect enough chakra to grow a second tail and gain another 10 tons of live weight. Therefore, there was absolutely not enough evidence to draw up a complete picture of what was happening. However, the fox did not lose heart bypassing all 50 tracks. He managed to collect enough chakra to grow a second tail and gain another 10 tons of live weight. At this, the memories were interrupted, leaving the Jinchuriki batting their eyes in bewilderment as they sat on the bed.
"Well, what do you think of it?"
the fox asked.
"Honestly, nothing new beyond what you thought,"
a perplexed Naruto replied. Kurama smiled condescendingly and sent a wave of warm emotions to the Jinchuriki. Although he was narrow-minded, it was impossible to imagine a better comrade.
"With a new tail, buddy!"
Naruto exclaimed happily, immediately forgetting about the problem and smiling broadly. The fox laughed merrily, and the blonde almost suffocated from the gratitude of the now two-tailed demon that flooded over him.
"Thank you, Naruto. I'll probably wander around here a little longer, but stay in touch. I may need your help at any time." "Of course you can rely on me,"
he replied and broke the mental connection. The fox smiled and, shaking his head, went to roam the neighborhood, hoping to find traces that had not yet been destroyed by shinobi. Commentary on 16. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bijou and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi, a monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxakyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto, where without it, smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. =========================================================================================================================The fox did not find anything useful, rushing back to the Jinchuriki the same day. Awakened in the middle of the night, Naruto struggled to contain the curses that burst out. The embarrassed fox did not make a single sound until the morning, for which the Jinchuriki was very grateful to him. Tomorrow was the Genin exam, and he needed all the strength not to blunder. Despite the night wake-up, Naruto woke up in a fighting mood, did a good exercise, and ran like a bullet through the soul's toilets. Kushina was on a business trip. Minato was stuck at a night meeting, or said he was stuck, because Momoka, who had long taken the current situation for granted, was again left in charge of the house. The kunoichi glanced lazily at her younger sister and brother as they entered the kitchen. Kanjin slept off today because of the exam at the academy. The lessons of all junior parallels were cancelled. "Hello, little sister." The blonde greeted him first, smiling broadly.
"You too, brother."
Momoka smiled back. Naruto was always just silky and incredibly polite. It was simply impossible not to love him, although Nagai often managed to. "And here, by the way, is she."
"Hi, Nagai,"
Momoka said coldly.
"And don't get sick."
The girl with two golden ponytails answered with her lips pursed. The blonde winced. His little sister was a real bitch, which the world had never seen. Momoka brought food, they quickly ate it, after which the kunoichi followed them to the academy. "Don't you have to go to work?" Nagai said through her teeth, looking irritably at her unloved sister. "It is necessary, but my brother is more important to me. I want to see how he passes the exam," she replied, smiling slightly and looking at the blonde. Nagai growled angrily, but said nothing. "That's why everything goes to this idiot. And the attention of parents, and training with Momoka, and even pies, his grandmother brings him more than her." "Thanks, Momoka." The grateful Jinchuriki settled closer to his older sister, meanwhile mentally preparing for the exam. "I'll kill everyone. I trained with the best sister in the world. I have the best and most caring mother, and I have the coolest friend Kurama in the world. I just can't help it." Kyubi snorted in surprise. Naruto had never been so inspired. Even in the musty dungeon of his subconscious, it became warmer and somehow drier. At the Academy of Genin candidates, the first thing they expected was a written exam, which was supposed to reveal the quality of the knowledge they had acquired. The blonde broke into a cold sweat. He did not remember absolutely anything from what he mumbled during his most boring lectures. Irika. "Well, no fluff, no feather." Momoka encouraged her younger ones, slapping them on the shoulder at the door to the testing room. "To hell." The brother and sister answered in one voice, turning their backs on Momoka, which made the latter immediately understand that they were not in the mood for talking, and hurriedly retreated to the buffet, packed to overflowing with the same waiting relatives as herself. Sitting at the table closest to the window, Momoka took out a book on Irin and Jutsu and immersed herself in reading. Naruto and Nagai, meanwhile, had already been called and seated in their assigned seats, away from each other, and from the teacher no one could have thought that the clan shinobi would write off. It was believed that the knowledge taught at the academy was in their blood, and here the hacks from the ranks of the clanless were at a glance, under the supervision of Irika, Mizuki, and a couple of chunin, circling around the students like kites, with a tenacious gaze noticing all the suspicious movements in the direction of hypothetical cheat sheets that young people could hide in sleeves, pockets, boots, and absolutely unexpected places. Naruto got really nervous. The fox immediately felt it and rushed to help. "Naruto, calm down. I'll help you. I think it will be incomparably easier than the Jonin exam, and in 20 minutes you will be able to leave this viper with the highest score," the fox said mockingly. "Put a tick. The first question is A. The second is C. The third is G." The Ninetales rattled so fast that Naruto had difficulty keeping up with him. Within 5 minutes, the test of 90 questions was solved, and the Jinchuriki had to sit idle for a quarter of an hour and pretend to be intense mental activity, picking the draft with a pen so as not to arouse suspicion among the teachers. Naruto himself did not notice how caricatured, but quite recognizable portraits of Hinata, Sakura, and Tsunade came out from under his hand. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily. After all, he loved them with all his heart, and really missed the endless lectures of the granny, the languid sighs of the white-eyed shy girl, and the painful cracks of the pink-haired kunoichi. They exist in this world too, the fox reminded him, wanting to distract him from his sad thoughts. No matter how similar they are completely different people. The Jinchuriki replied grimly. Kyubi flattened his ears and fell silent. Naruto was right. "You know," Jiraiya said, "a person comes into this world alone and leaves alone," Uzumaki said quietly, who was drawn to philosophy from sadness. Kurama whined softly. Someone else, and he knew everything about loneliness, and even a little more. But he was wrong, the blonde said, louder now. The demon shuddered in surprise and listened, feeling a sea of positive emotions. "I came into that world with you and left with you. You have always been there, all my life. I hope everything stays the same in this world as well," Naruto said with a wide smile. Touched by these words, the fox sobbed and let out a single tear. "Of course it will, Naruto," the demon replied quietly. The Jinchuriki and his bijou were silent for a few minutes, charged with each other's resonating emotions. Well, shall we go? Nagai is already finished, the demon said, feeling that a little more, and he will pass out from emotions. Naruto silently nodded, smiling slightly, turned in his work to Irika, and left the classroom. Well, how is it? Asked Nagai, who was waiting for her brother in the cafeteria with her sister. Easily. I think there will be a 5. The Uzumaki answered, grinning at all 32 teeth. We'll see, the blonde replied grimly. The results will be known in an hour. I'm sure you did it, Momoka answered much more cheerfully, ruffling her sister and brother's hair. After sitting and chatting about this and that, the Crown family went to find out the result. As it turned out, Momoka was right. Nagai had 87 correct answers, while Naruto had 84. How? The blonde snarled, jabbing a sheet of excellent into Naruto's face. Yes, calm down you. Uzumaki looked around, and then took out a prepared spur from his back pocket ahead of time. I copied. Are you satisfied? He asked. Momoka smiled slyly, and the guy bit her lip contemptuously. I had no doubt. The blonde snorted, handing his brother his work and heading to the practical part of the exam. Well done, Naruto. The main thing is the result, and it doesn't matter which way it is achieved, Momoka said, ruffling her brother's hair and heading for the exit. The Uzumaki breathed a sigh of relief and tore up the never-useful cheat sheet, throwing its remains into the trash. Thanks again, Kurama-kun, the Jinchuriki called to his Bija as he followed his sisters. My pleasure. If anything, contact me. Just don't strain yourself over trifles, the fox answered, pleased with himself. The practical part of the exam was held outdoors. All the guys gathered at the training ground. There was a deafening uproar. Many parents came to morally support their children, because the crowd was rather big. Naruto was not too surprised to learn that in this world, instead of 3, the exam was held in 6 stages, for each of which a separate platform was prepared. He had enough of Niji and Lee present in their stream, who were a year older in his world. For each test, the student received a certain number of points out of 10. At the end of the exam, they were summed up, and if the final score exceeded 30, then the neophyte became a shinobi. That is, everyone had a chance to become a ninja, even Sakura, who was not adapted to life, but additional stages made it possible to identify truly gifted students even before being assigned to teams. After all, the banal observation of teachers at the academy did not provide complete data on the potential of each student, especially for representatives of the great clans, many of whom even before the first stage of training reached the level of a weak chunin, and only the lack of combat experience did not allow them to receive this rank externally. In Naruto's home world, such a system was not relevant. There were too few clan shinobi in Konoha to look for truly gifted ones among them. Only Niji and Sasuke could be called such, but here the situation was completely different. In Naruto's home world, such a system was not relevant. There were too few clan shinobi in Konoha to look for truly gifted ones among them. Only Niji and Sasuke could be called such, but here the situation was completely different. In Naruto's home world, such a system was not relevant. There were too few clan shinobi in Konoha to look for truly gifted ones among them. Only Niji and Sasuke could be called such, but here the situation was completely different. The first stage was everyone's favorite kunai and shuriken throwing. Nagai scored 9 points, Naruto scored 7. Sasuke, who was trained by Itachi himself, scored 10 out of 10. The second stage was Hinge. The Jinchuriki slyly chuckled and used his favorite seduction jutsu. The boy immediately got hit on the head by Nagai, and a little later by Momoka, but the solid 10 and the admiring whistle of the guys were worth it. Nagai turned into Irika, for which she also received a 10, but the audience award still went to her brother. Sasuke did the same. The third stage was the creation of Mirage clones. Here Naruto pierced a little well. He didn't use this jutsu. What can you do? A quick improvisation produced a clumsy copy that was easily distinguished from the original by its blurry features and empty eyes. Nevertheless, the blonde won his 6. Nagai scored 9 points. The only drawback of her copies was the fragility. Sasuke was at his best. His clones did not even think of dispelling, and it was unrealistic to distinguish them from the original without dojutsu. Brunette got a 10. The fourth stage was the creation of any material clones. Here Naruto was head and shoulders above his competitors. He summoned one earth clone and 3 shadow ones, after which he pitted them against each other and gave the board examiners a small spectacle. He had a hard 10 in his pocket. The sister hastily copied her brother's actions and summoned a loose, but still a clone, for which she received 5 points. The Uchiha again surprised everyone by summoning a shadow clone. It seems that people in his clan did not eat their bread in vain. The brunette was given 8 points. Naruto set the bar high. The fifth stage was the application of the distant jutsu of one's element. Naruto closed his eyes and, under the startled looks of everyone present, with a slight movement of his hand picked up a brown spear that had jumped out of the ground, about 1.5 meters long. Opening his eyes immediately, he launched a dart at a wooden target. With the help of chakra, the spike pierced through it and went deep into the tree behind. The astounded examiners gave him an 8. The technique was extremely entertaining and did not require any seals from the user, but the effect turned out to be only on a single target. Nagai, on the other hand, exhaled a fireball the size of a beach ball, and then sent a gust of wind after her, inflating the technique to the size of a chiraku. The blonde got a solid 10. Sasuke, on the other hand, infused a pack of shurikens with lightning chakra and turned the target into dust with their help, gaining 9 points. The sixth stage was a demonstration of his own handmade equipment, which was not found anywhere else. Then Naruto had a chance to show off his talent. He went to the middle of the clearing, closed his eyes, and folded 3 seals. The ground around the boy began to move and began to crawl up his body. A few seconds later, the Jinchuriki was covered with a palm-thick layer of soil. The examiners simultaneously raised their eyebrows in skepticism as the ground covering the boy shrank into rather thin plate armor with the sound of cracking ice. Everyone present froze in surprise. Even Momoka was not aware apparently. Her brother invented this technique quite recently. Naruto summoned a shadow clone, who grabbed a pack of kunai and sent it back to the original. With a dull thud, the weapon bounced off the dense earth crust. The examiners whispered animatedly and unanimously gave the blonde a 10. It was an incredibly original and unlike anything technique. Naruto stretched his arms at his sides and mentally ordered the earth to leave him, after which the armor fell to the ground in a pile of broken shards. Nagai barked angrily and summoned some sort of windblade-based Rasengan. Naturally, such a fake was not like the original, but for the efforts, the girl was given a 7. Sasuke mixed fire chakra with lightning chakra and exhaled a sparkling yellow ball of rather cold and unstable, but still plasma, which flew 10 meters and dissipated, leaving behind a pungent smell of ozone. The final scores were as follows: Uzumaki Nagai 50, Uchiha Sasuke 57, Namake's Naruto 51, Haruno Sakura 35. Naruto walked over to Momoka, who smiled broadly and hugged him tightly. "Well done, brother. I'm proud of you."
"And I'm proud of you, Naruto,"
the Nine-Tails hurried to put in his 5 cents. Of course, he didn't doubt for a second that the ANBU captain, although a former one, would be able to pass the Genin exam, but given the material, from which he had to create his own body, this seemingly ridiculous achievement still deserved respect.
"And I'm proud of you."
Nagai trampled her pride, yet she had no willpower. The blonde shook hands with her surprised brother. Naruto received the forehead protector from Iruka and smiled widely. He finally took what was rightfully his. It's a pity that the sensei won't understand if the local Naruto suddenly throws himself on his neck. All these exams awakened real nostalgia in the heart of the Jinchuriki for their difficult, but such a native childhood. Nagai also took her bandage, after which the Hokage family headed away from the training ground. Momoka became generous and took the backbiters to a restaurant, where she bought each a few servings of rolls and sushi. Nagai wasn't enthusiastic, but Naruto was crazy about the pieces of fish wrapped in rice and seaweed.
Well, congratulations, you are now a shinobi.
The kunoichi smiled broadly at both of her relatives, receiving in response a signature radiant smile with all 32 teeth from the blonde and a sour smile from the guy. Well, the younger sister was not happy that her brother, even if by 1 point, was better than her. Yes, she understood that he had been plowing like an ox for the last 2 months, but she, unlike him, had been diligently studying for all 5 years and not driving a bullshit. Kushina was already waiting for the newly minted ginin at home. Of course, she decided to show her culinary talents to the fullest and cook sushi. Of course, Nagai howled indignantly and went to her room. Of course, Naruto ate her portion as well.
Son, I'm so glad you passed.
The kunoichi squeezed Naruto, who was eating a fish delicacy by both cheeks, in his arms. He immediately threw the sushi and hugged his mother in return.
It's all thanks to Momoka. If not for her, I would never have passed. He nodded gratefully in the direction of his benefactor. Kushina looked at the smiling eldest daughter and smiled back. Someone will receive an unscheduled promotion in the clan hierarchy. Suddenly, the door swung open and Minato stepped in. He looked so pretentious in his hat and cloak that Naruto felt uneasy.
Son, congratulations on graduating from the academy,
he said exaggeratedly. Commentary on 17. If you like this fanfiction, try to read my other works. What if you like them too? Winky face. Promising psychological drama revealing the details of canon Naruto's personality formation. https://ficbook.net/readfic/2257482. A lifelong passionate love story of Bija and her Jinchuriki. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1728957. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1854789. Naruto and Kyuubi.
A monster that devours villages. http://ficbook.net/readfic/1529069. /maxakyuubi/Naruto. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2428786. /minutkyuubi/Naruto. Bestiality. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2327760. Well, a high-quality PvP drabble of Tsunade/Naruto. Where without it? Smiley face. http://ficbook.net/readfic/2440286. equals 18 Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise, but then looked at his father no less coldly. Thanks, is there anything else? He felt absolutely no joy at this news. He did not feel Minato as his relative. It took him too long to win his attention. His own father treated him too coldly. Even Kurama didn't dare to quibble about the bet he'd made a long time ago. Minato was amazed at the restraint and indifference with which Naruto met him.
I just wanted to add that I'm proud of you,
the Hokage continued.
Just yesterday, you didn't say that.
Kushina and Momoka tensely awaited the development of the dialogue. Sitting to the left and right of the blonde, the head of the family took a seat opposite his entire family.
Only today you proved that you are capable of something.
Minato did not feel any remorse. He believed that it was thanks to his strictness that his son took up his mind. Father, you are wrong. He has always been like this, but no one has tried to realize his potential. Momoka interrupted the conversation, seeing that Kushina was gradually boiling over.
At his age, I realized myself. If he needs nannies for this, then I don't intend to be one,
Minato retorted. Naruto finally became disillusioned with his father, and did what Momoka asked not to do.
Father, I want to change my last name to Uzumaki,
the blonde said coldly. Kushina and Momoka shuddered in shock and looked from Naruto to Minato, who was turning pale with anger.
No, this will not happen.
The Hokage answered with the last of his strength, keeping calm.
Minato.
Kushina stood up for her son, rejoicing in her heart at his decision. No, and this is not discussed. The Hokage snarled and got up from the table, intending to leave the kitchen.
You didn't do anything for me,
Naruto said softly, as his father froze in the doorway.
Family members should help each other. Momoka, Mom, and even Nagai supported me. You never cared about me. You only showed interest when I became a shinobi. You don't need a son. You just need the rebirth of your clan. I'm not going to give up my family for you.
The blonde typed, emphasizing the last word. Minato slowly turned around and looked at the family with withering eyes.
You're not my son anymore.
Minato barked and walked out into the corridor, slamming the door loudly. Kushina sighed with relief. It seemed to her that her husband could not restrain himself and arrange a scuffle.
You shouldn't be doing this to him, Naruto,
Momoka said softly. Do you think I don't understand anything? Steel rang in the blonde's voice. The relatives stared at him in amazement.
Do you think I don't see how he treats all of us?
To my mother, to Nagai, to Kanjin, to you? He looks at us only as a weapon of the village, and a means to achieve his own goals. Yes, he is an excellent Hokage, but I don't need such a father for nothing. The Jinchuriki spat contemptuously.
Naruto, don't you dare talk about your father like that.
Despite the fact that Kushina fully shared her son's point of view, she could not allow him to talk about her lover like that.
I just said what I think. If I am punished for this, then so be it, but I think I did the right thing. Naruto got up from the table and went to his room, leaving his sister and mother to play peepers, perplexed.